Yep.
Is it like, are you ready for us? Are you ready? This is like one of these coaching situations where, you know, audience is pulled to the extremely exciting presentation by the most important people of this conference.
By a very strong hand.
And with an AI robotic hand, we will handle, with a tough hand, we will handle the time schedule, for example, and whatever there are practical things that we want to do. Okay, I'm Pia Tikka. I'm a professor, a research professor at the Baltic Film Media School. And here is my dear collaborator and
I am Ellen Lotman.
co-responsible.
I am teaching in Baltic Film and Media School, and I'm also a cinematographer. And we collaborate with Pia in our research endeavors. Plus, Pia was also my PhD supervisor. So, and we have been organizing this conference now since, we were just thinking,
22.
Mm-hmm. So this is a third NeuroCine conference, and fourth NeuroCine event. We also had one smaller seminar in between. We're doing it biannually because we have our limitations. Sometimes we break our hands. Sometimes we shoot films. Sometimes our young colleagues, some of you who have been here before, remember Mehmet, our PhD student who helped organize the whole conference, and we are very grateful for Mehmet for helping out. But
Mehmet Burak Yilmaz, yes.
Who has decided to become a pilot.
So
now he's flying even
airplanes.
higher.
And left us to fly this more grounded event. But we are thankful for him, for his help doing this. But of course, first of all, we want to thank our host, FilmMind, Center of Excellence FilmMind. There we have representatives of our conference of FilmMind project. Maybe you can say a few words about FilmMind and how it came upon.
So FilmMind is a FilmEU Center of Excellence, and FilmEU is an alliance of film schools from Europe, which was created in order to help film schools to collaborate, form networks, and do bigger stuff. And one of the parts of FilmEU is helping this kind of grassroots research to grow out of film schools. And before the very first NeuroCine conference, when we started some years ago, me and Pia, we were both incredibly curious in how cognition and filmmaking are connected, but it was a little bit of a lonely island. But when BFM or Tallinn University joined the Alliance, we suddenly found that in almost every school there is some to open up towards cognitive researchers, to open up towards psychologists, psychiatrists, in order to create a common ground in understanding of how much potential it is.
And
research.
Don't go to your talk yet. Ellen is slipping to her opening talk, which we actually gonna give a chance now. Mm-hmm. We open the stage for Ellen Lotman's opening talk, right? Anything else we wanna...
Practical stuff, we will have some coffee breaks. We have online viewers. We welcome all the online viewers. The online stream, the live stream is also being recorded. So if any of the presentations you find interesting and you would like to see them again, it's possible to watch it. It's also possible to watch the previous conferences recordings. So basically, some of our presenters have moved online due to the difficult world situations and difficulties in traveling. So we have some sessions on online seen on this big screen. So the online viewers will have to drink coffee during the coffee breaks at their own kitchen or in a traffic jam, as some of our guests have notified us that they are watching us in a traffic jam. But for the people who are here, we will have some coffee breaks. All the presentations include also Q&A. So you're very welcome to ask questions in the end, and of course ask all the questions during the coffee breaks if something comes up, because the aim of this conference is not only to present, but the aim of this conference is to create connections and to talk and to create new ideas of research, to form new groups of people who do research together. So make sure you use the coffee break for, getting a sparkle of what else there can be done.
What else is hiding behind people here? Yes. So thank you for being here, and we'll start the conference now. Enjoy the talks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so my talk today, some of the things that I talk about, I have talked a little bit about before in my presentations, but because it is connected to something that is very, very important to me, I feel that it's okay to repeat. Plus, we have a lot of new participants in the conference who might find those ideas interesting. So my talk today is about tacit knowledge in filmmaking and its applications beyond film. But I also think that what I talk about is not only filmmaking, it's a little bit wider. So I will try to encompass arts of all kinds. And what I want to start with is this idea that there is a common misconception that arts and sciences are separate, that somehow they are different, and that art making is based on talent. Talent is something which is grossly overrated, I think, and in art schools, we are often taught things where we might feel as students that if you don't have a talent, you don't have any hope, which is a pretty bad place to be for a young learner. And but very, very often when we speak about people who are talented, we speak about them when they have made a breakthrough, maybe an international breakthrough. So we meet them in a place in their lives and careers where their excellence shines. And through this, what often happens is that we don't really see how they evolved. We don't see all the struggles and all these moments where they were not talented yet. So there is a bone that I want to pick with this word talent, because it somehow seems to indicate that it's something that is given to you by something that is not depending on you, and there is not much that you can do about it. I'm a little bit of amateur etymologist, so every time I start thinking about the word, I want to see where this word comes from. And the word talent, I looked it up, and the word talent is has the same root as Latin tolera. It means tolerate. So the root of the word talent is not something that was given to. The root of the word talent is somebody who does not give up. And for me, it is incredibly important, because I see my young students very often speaking about people they admire as if they were really talented. And I think this takes away agency from people who want to become professionals at something. I think talent really means that you don't give up. So you try, you fail, you stand up, you try again, and you keep on trying until at some point somebody says, "Ooh, you're so talented." The reason why I want to talk about it is because it also seems that when we talk about talent, we talk about something that cannot be analyzed, that cannot be explained, that is ephemeral and uncontrollable. I would like to, let's say, it's a question, to see talent as something that evolves over experience. So what we know about how skills are acquired We know that in our brain, neurons have this thing called myelination, and myelin in essence is, here is how to show a neuron. So myelin in essence is an isolation material. Myelin is built around neurons over long exposure. So if these neurons are actively used, the brain understands that, oh, these pathways are important, so it starts building more myelin. And studies show that very simply, more practice means more myelin. So the more we practice something, the more this skill becomes innate and natural. So there are a number of theories that talk about this. Some of the more, let's say, publicly well-known is Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000-hour theory. He claims that in order to become a professional at something, you have to do 10,000 hours of it. Of course, it's not so mathematical and it's not so simple, and there is ample research proving that it's not exactly 10,000 hours of doing something mechanically, but still we can observe that if somebody does something long enough time, a skill appears, and the skill is something that comes only through practicing it. So for me, one of the reasons why it's important to speak about practice is also because in art education, film education included, the education has to involve experience. So no filmmaker or no artist is born through watching slides at the lecture. Watching slides is okay, but in order for something to appear, a person has to experience it. So in our film school, for example, we put a lot of emphasis on students doing exercises where they can practice something that they have been taught in the classes. And how this skill appears over time is described by this model, conscious competence ladder model. And this is an interesting one. I want to share this with you because I experience it every year when we have new film students entering film school. So when you start learning something, the first level of learning is called unconscious incompetence. So it's a moment where you don't know what you don't know. It's a blissful moment. Usually in the film school we have it, this period lasts from getting through the admission exams and 1st of September when the school starts. So this period when you know that I'm in the film school, woo! Now they're going to tell me how to do things, and now it's going to be simple because I got in. Oh, that's why it's clicking. I'm going to take this off. And this unconscious incompetence for me is an interesting comparison from when you learn driving. So I did my driver's license as a grown-up. So the first time I sat into the car with my driving teacher, I was like, how hard can it be? Everybody's driving. And this blissful unconscious incompetence for me lasted until the first 10 minutes of the driving lesson when I was told to go and drive into the actual traffic. And then I was propelled into the next phase, which is conscious incompetence. And this is the hardest phase of learning anything, because this is the moment when you become aware of everything that you don't know. And usually, let's say, when we speak about all kinds of practice-based arts education, the first 2 or 3 years of learning something, it seems to be like a spiral down into the endless well of finding out what you don't know. So the first experience is in actually going into practically learning something. These are really, really hard. It feels like you don't know anything, and every day you go to school you feel like you know less and less, because the whole landscape of what you don't know is just opening up for you. In this phase, when I see my students in this phase, I usually, my comfort is, the way I try to comfort them is to say that if you feel uncomfortable, this means that you're learning. If you feel comfortable, it means you're doing something that you already know. So being uncomfortable is, in a way, a definition of learning new things. So when we teach the skills to film students, I think it also needs, in a way, a redefinition of how you should feel like when you're learning. That the fact that you feel uncomfortable is completely okay. And this phase tends to last quite long. When I was doing my driver's license, it lasted over 3 different driving teachers because the discomfort that I felt went beyond my ability to make strides in learning. So I did stop a couple of times, took a year off, and then tried again, until I pressed through to the 3rd phase, which is called conscious competence. So in this phase, what usually we feel as we acquire a certain skill is that we feel like, okay, so I more or less understand what this thing is. There is still so much I don't know, but I know where to get help. For example, I know I might have a mentor who I can ask from. I might know where to get the manuals to read. Me, for example, using this driving example is now I have driver's license, so I don't have to warn my friends anymore, don't go out on the street because I'm driving today, but I usually drive automatic. So if I'm driving with a stick shift car, I go, which means like just before driving, I do a little mental exercise in order to remember how it went. So I am able to do it, but it's not automatic. It's not something that I feel that comes naturally. It needs some kind of cognitive, let's say, effort. And then the last phase is called unconscious competence. So this is the phase when we have acquired a skill in a way that it feels completely natural. It feels like, oh, this just comes from inside somehow naturally. For film schools, usually, for regular teachers, the hardest moment is when you have these big, famous international filmmakers coming as visiting lecturers. So they come in and say to the students, well, you have it in you, just start doing it. It's like, just do it, it's in you. Because this is the way they feel. They feel that it's something that is almost instinctive. This happened to multiple driving teachers that I had, that during their being a driving teacher for 20 years, they forgot that it is actually super complicated. So there is this kind of weird discrepancy. The better you become at something, the more natural it feels, which means the less empathy you have towards the people who don't have it naturally. So you might feel like, how hard is this? It's easy because it feels easy for you. So in order for us to be able to, if we become skilled at something ourselves, in order for us to be able to teach the next generation, it's really important to remember that actually we were in a place at some point where we had no idea how to do it. And it seemed complicated, it seemed something that we didn't understand either. And so this interesting paradox of this accumulated experience is that most of these experiences remain concealed from consciousness, but they produce an effect which is significant. So it feels as if it came from you naturally. It feels almost like instinctive. It does not feel that you're kind of using a skill. So in a way, we can say that this means the more you know, the less you might know that you know. So when we talk with people who are in artistic fields, filmmakers, actors, artists, very often they don't describe their abilities as knowledge. They describe it as, I don't know why I did it, I just did it. Very often, for example, if there is if a film critic is saying something about a film director or their film, they might say, well, I didn't mean it like this, I just did it because I felt like it. The fact that somebody does something without knowing why they do it does not mean that there is no reason underneath of doing it. So, for example, Daniel Kahneman has said, intuition is simply another word for expertise. Intuition is pattern recognition, which means we can, of course, there are things which we are born with, but I would rather call those instincts. What we build throughout our life, when we become skilled at something, is based on an accumulated expertise, but it feels like intuition. So Stephen Wiedler has, I think this is a very long quote, has studied scriptwriters' expertise. And what he says is that this kind of introspective awareness of this affective response is a result of perceptual learning, and it may result in psychological enhancement on a neural level. So when we do something, our brain becomes better at this. So what he says is, thus the wine taster's palate, the artist's eye, the musician's ear, and the screenwriter's heart are in fact all manifestations of an expert's brain. So doing something long enough and becoming an expert in this might look like they become more talented. They are just better at doing something, which is really a skill. And in his PhD thesis, The Words That Make Pictures Move, an implicit theory of viewer empathy in the tacit knowledge of expert screenwriters, Stephen Wiedler says, oh, this is a very blurry still, that even if somebody is unaware of or unable to explain the process behind their actions, the process still exists. The awareness does not mean that it is not a knowledge. And the interesting thing about accumulating skill, a practice-based skill, is firstly, you might not feel it as a skill, and secondly, you might not even as a person be able to consciously reach the levels of the skill. So for example, David Eagleman in his book Incognito has brought quite many interesting examples of this. One of them is an example of in sports. So in August 20th, 1974, in a game between the California Angels and the Detroit Tigers, the Guinness Book of Records clocked Nolan Ryan's fastball, which was incredibly quick. So if you work the numbers, you'll see that Ryan's pitch departs the mound and crosses home plate 60 feet, 6 inches away in 4/10 of a second. This gives just enough time for light signals from the baseball to hit the batter's eye, work through the circuitry of the retina, activate successions of cells along the loopy superhighways of the visual system at the back of the head, cross vast territories to the motor areas, and modify the contraction of the muscles swinging the bat. Amazingly, this entire sequence is possible in less than 4/10 of a second. Otherwise, no one would ever hit the fastball. But even more surprising is that conscious awareness takes longer, about a half a second. So the ball travels so rapidly for batters, it's too quick for the person itself to be consciously aware of what they're doing. So some skills are impenetrable with our conscious abilities. And this, many people who practice sports also, I have heard it also from actors, is that some decisions are made in such a quick way that if you try to think about the decision while you're doing it, you're going to spoil it. So don't think, just go for it. The machine needs to do what it can do, and conscious awareness might be something that is actually detrimental. David Eagleman has some very beautiful examples of this skill being acquired in a way that the person is unaware how they're doing it. So, for example, 2 examples. I have spoken about those in our NeuroCine seminar before, but I think those are good in this context. One example is a thing called chicken sexing. So chicken sexing is something that in big poultry farms are done. I'm not going into the ethics of this. It is a skill where a person needs to be able to understand of little chicks if they are male or female. So there is this kind of huge machine where the chicks flow out, and one person is working, just looking at under their little tail, and okay, male, female. It's done incredibly quickly. The weird thing about it is that the people who are skilled at this, they cannot explain how they do it. If they're told, please explain how you understand whether it's a male or female, they say, I don't know, I just see it. Even in Japan, even there is a Nippon school of chicken sexing where this skill is taught. And a very similar conundrum of how to teach something if the teacher is unable to explain how they do it was also during the Second World War, where in England, they needed people who are good at plane spotting in order to see from afar whether the plane that is coming is an Allied plane or a German plane. So they tried to train a lot of plane spotters, people who are able to very, very quickly from very far say who the plane belongs to. So the expert plane spotters who were brought in had the same thing. They were unable to explain how they do it. In a training, they could have not shown a slide of how they recognized. They just looked at it and then they recognized. So a way that those two fields are taught is such that an expert is doing their thing, for example, separating the male and female chicks, and the learner is standing next to the expert and observing, not doing anything. There is no feedback, there is no theory, just looking at what they're doing. And if they do this for a certain amount of time, some weeks, suddenly they start seeing. They go like, oh, okay, I understand. This was a male, this was a female, or this plane was one or the other. And at some point, the skill just appears, just by looking at it long enough so that the algorithm in the brain, in the subconsciousness, can learn it. And then the expert lets the learner, they replace places, and the learner starts doing the thing, and the expert just gives direct feedback, yes, no, yes, no. So there is no theory involved at all. The learning just comes by pure exposure. And I'm definitely not claiming here that theory is not important, but what I'm saying is that in fields where you accumulate certain expertise throughout experience, in these fields, sometimes theory can only do so much. Sometimes theory can help the teacher maybe to understand why things work, but if a person is actively in a learning stage while they are accumulating this expertise, they really need just exposure and practice. There is a number of studies about expert perception. So, for example, there was a study based on Francis Bacon's painting Study of a Dog. Oh, it's a little bit skewed. And it was an eye-tracking study in order to see whether art-trained viewers or novice viewers who haven't had any experience with watching art, whether there is difference in their saccadic movements, how they watch paintings. And you can see that on the left, these are not art-trained people. This is an example of one viewer. And on the right, there is somebody who is probably an art critic or an artist, somebody who has had a lot of exposure looking at art. And you can see that their saccadic movement is much, much quicker. So they're scanning much wider the image. When a regular person just looks at the dog first, and then for a long time looks at the contrasty part. So, and the very first initial saccadic movements on the left side, somebody who is not experienced looking at art hasn't even started moving their eyes, while the first 5 fixations on an art-trained person are already scanning the whole space. So we can see that this becoming expert happens in a very, very, very perceptual level. And there are some beautiful studies in how media professionalization really changes people's brains, how they're able to, how different fields, for example here, I think this experiment was done on editors. There is another experiment. I had to use my photo because I couldn't find the cinematographer's photo without permission. So there was an fMRI study that Pia was part of that showed that cinematographers can differentiate between fiction and documentary very quickly while, for example, this phenomenon was not present with sound designers and non-expert controllers. So there is a skill that cinematographers acquire throughout making films and looking at films, that really is manifested by just recognizing whether something is documentary or something is fiction. So I have been really curious about this, and I have studied this a little bit with my own, run a couple of experiments, and we have this idea of perceptual professionalization. So when somebody becomes professional, their perception changes. I'm going to jump over this a little bit because I want to get to the actual point. So we ran a pilot study to see if there is a difference between cinematographers, editors, and also cinematographers who have been trained, who are professionals, 10 plus years of experience, versus cinematography students. So we showed them a trailer. Maybe we can play the video, just the beginning. So this was a trailer of film Empire of Light.
Look around you.
So the reason why we chose it is that year it was a big awaited and awarded film.
Feel.
See a bit.
Yeah, we can stop the trailer
Oh,
now.
I suppose.
Let's stop the video. Somebody. So for this study, we looked at we did eye tracking on 9 people. So it was a very small pilot study, and we wanted to see how they look at this trailer differently. I'm going to jump over the method a little bit and talk about what we found out. So, for example, here is one eye tracking example. On the left, you see cinematography student and cinematography professional with 10 plus years of experience. And on the right, you see somebody who has a lot of media exposure. So it might be somebody who works in TV, might be somebody who is an editor, but not cinematographer. And something that we noticed is that the cinematographers, when there are 2 competing points of attention, the cinematographers usually create this circle. But with non-cinematographers, there was 2 patterns, either choosing one thing to look at or bouncing back and forth. So this is a very, very small pilot study, so not much can said based on these examples, but what I would build a hypothesis based on this, that cinematographers' visual working memory is longer, so they are able to retain an image in their working memory for a longer time. This experiment doesn't prove it, but it raises a question. So there was also, so what could be that cinematographers are quick in noticing different elements in the shot and analyzing the image with saccadic eye tracks, or they could be better at analyzing visual information, storing it in and retrieving it from visual memory so that they don't need to scan back and forth too much. There were also moments like this where we had a similar but a slightly different situation where we have 2 competing points of attention plus eye gaze looking towards the edge of the frame, which also kind of creates a need to look at the whole image. And cinematographers' patterns were similar, so they were able to look at the image in a very quick scan and then not choose between one or the other. But also there was a finding where the professionals, so here we have cinematography professional and somebody media professional, so I don't know exactly, because it was anonymized, whether they were editors or they were working in a TV station, and there's a student on the right. So what we can see here is that with professionals, something called predictive saccading is better. So because it's a moving shot, the professionals were more predicting the movement than the students. So the students were looking at it with a more reactive way, and somebody who has a lot of skill at looking at the images was able to do predictive saccading. Jumping over this one. And now this is This was an interesting case, and the reason why I'm talking about this is I really need to stress that this was a very small experiment. We didn't do any quantitative data analysis based on the eye tracks, which meant that when first time when we tried to publish this article, one of the peer reviews said that doing qualitative analysis on eye tracks is almost like trying to read coffee, like. So I'm acutely aware that this study is not up to a standard to a certain neuroscientific levels. But the reason why the study was done in a very small and pilot way was more to find research questions than to find answers. Because I'm a cinematographer, so I felt that when I look at these psychiatric movements, I might be able to understand something from those movements, just looking at them myself, that quantitative data analysis would miss. And this is one of the cases. So usually when people scan a face, they look at the eyes and then they look at the mouth. So these patterns on the left are quite typical. But one of the participants showed a pattern that you can see on the right, which was very specific. They were only looking at one spot on this further eye, where you can see this red dot. And it jumped out for me because I had already seen the patterns of the others. And that because we did the experiment in a way that the person was looking at this, I was sitting next to them. So as soon as we finished, I was able to ask them questions. So I asked him, so you're a cinematographer, but are you also a focus puller? And he said, yeah, I focus pull more than I shoot. Focus puller's job is to hold focus usually on the further eye of the actor. So if we have a close-up like this, a focus puller is looking at the further eye because this is how they look at images. And this is one example where I would say if we had done just quantitative analysis, it would look like a weird outlier, so we might throw it out. But because I know how focus pullers work, I was able to ask, hey, I can see the way you look at an image, your experience is really accumulated here. So now when I'm talking about these cases of using, let's say, filmmakers in neuroscientific studies, what they really want to, let's say, that would stay with you for this during this conference is that there is a lot of knowledge hidden in the practitioner's practice that they themselves might not feel that it's a knowledge. They might feel it's an intuition. When you look at an image, you are not aware of how you look at the image. You might become aware of this only when somebody says, hey, you did this. And there is, when I look at other examples in other, let's say, within film industry fields, I can see there is so much hidden knowledge that we as researchers or we as filmmakers ourselves are unable to reach because we are not aware of this knowledge. During this conference, there is a number of presentations that touch upon this topic. For example, today Anna Huth will talk about Tacit expertise and heuristics in film crewing by producers. So the way producers put together their crews is also an expertise. It's not just a gut feeling, although they might feel it as a gut feeling. So the case I want to make here is that we filmmakers, we mostly create art or sometimes entertainment, and this is okay. This is the main thing that we do. But within us, there is a skill that we feel as intuition, and this skill can do so much more than just feel like an intuition and just be put to practice. And this is also one of the reasons why I'm so happy that Robert is going to speak after me, because I have had this sense since we started organizing the conference is that there is so much more that the knowledge that we have can be used for in addition to what we do. And when I also visit my psychologist regularly because I've been diagnosed ADHD, And I'm just looking at the number of slides that I was supposed to show you, being aware of how little I actually showed you. And this is part of my diagnosis. And so one of the things that I noticed when I started going to my wonderful psychologist is the way she spoke about behaviors was extremely similar to the way we teach actors behaving. The methods that I used in for example, acting and acting teaching are almost the same as the things that we know from psychology. They just use different names for the same things. And I had been feeling, for example, when we speak about skills, that if a psychologist, for example, is a professional in analyzing a behavior, then an actor is a professional in creating a behavior. Or a director, like Elia Kazan has said, directing is turning psychology into behavior. So I always have felt that the skills that we have, if we are aware of them as skills that are accumulated over time and not speak about them just as some kind of talent that was given to somebody and is unexplainable, undescribable, and something can happen to it if we don't, I don't know, treat it as something magical, then we're able to really, really put these skills and this knowledge into the use in other fields also.
Thank you, Ellen. Okay, this was an opening talk, so no questions. So Ellen will present more at the tomorrow's afternoon experiment that you'll be working with. So then all questions to Ellen and during the coffee breaks and lunch, of course. So thank you, Ellen. And you also partially already introduced our next speaker, our keynote, Robert Marchand, who is expert in character-based improvisation, and also he's a director of performance and pediatric mental health training unit, School of Medicine, University of Adelaide. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Good morning. Okay, give me a moment. I'll just put all my stuff out. This is the the stage of conscious incompetence, I think, is where we're at the moment. Bear with me one little moment. We'll get ready to go. So, okay. That's a tough act to follow. It's a very interesting opening thing, and there are things that I picked out of that I think are worth considering. Experiential heuristics is an interesting phrase because it means something for me that straddles both filmmaking practice and performance and so on, and also what happens when psychiatrists and psychologists go to work. There's a certain degree of heuristic material going on. And expertise applied to verbal accounts. I picked these out of statements made in the brochure for this particular conference as things that resonate for me. Expertise applied to verbal accounts, the assessment of human behavior in mental health and creative practices, in my case through a filmmaker's lens. So we're dealing with the themes of the conference, but I'm positioned slightly unusually in that I trained as a filmmaker, but I have ended up working with psychiatrists, working with them, not giving my life story to them. There's a slight difference. Effectively, I wear two hats. In this town, I'm known for doing character-based work with actors and directors. I've mentored quite a few directors, and in fact, in this very room, I have created characters for a project that was also run through BFM. And in Adelaide, I am the Director of Performance for the Pediatric Mental Health Training Unit as part of the University of Adelaide, the School of Medicine. It's an interesting fusion of jobs, and I'm endlessly amazed at the degree to which the two jobs have a great deal in common. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of this as we go. The process common to both is character-based improvisation, which I normally call CBI. And I think this is the point at which I'm going to propose that we run the first video clip, just to get us in the mood, if we could, please.
Now, look, perhaps if I can just introduce myself.
Yep, sure.
My name's Dr. Matt Dunbar.
Right.
I'm one of the psychiatry doctors here at CAMS.
Yep.
And I've got a referral from...
Jenny, Dr. Jenny, yep.
Your GP, Jenny
That's right.
Doherty,
yeah.
is that right?
Yep, that's
yes,
it.
yeah.
That's her, yes.
Good, okay. So I've got a little bit of a handover from Jenny.
Right, of course, yes.
And in a moment I might just check through that with you and see if Jenny's on the same page.
Sure.
But before we start, if it's okay, I wonder if I can just check in with you, Felix and Alice, about what you'd like to get out of today's session.
Sure. Well, look, Jenny was, she's wonderful. No offence to Jenny in any way whatsoever, but I don't think she knows what to do with this, because what we're needing to get out of this, I think, is that Felix is having some really difficult times with life, and that's that might be some mental health stuff that actually needs some chemical support, and so that's what we've come for. We might need some chemical intervention. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we're here for. And Jenny, I don't think she knew. I don't know if she got it. I don't know if she but she's just a doctor, and you're a different type of doctor,
sure.
And that's what we need. And I think that's to do with a little bit of where, like, it might be hereditary. It might be hereditary that there's some mental health stuff going on. And Felix has been having a really difficult time, really, really difficult, and
Alice,
becoming quite depressed sometimes.
I might just interrupt you there. Thank you for that,
right,
for that
okay,
rundown.
Yes.
I just want to check that I'm getting across the story. So that we're on the same page.
Yep, great.
Felix, I'm hearing from Mum. Mum's concerned that you've been having a difficult time.
You talk to the doctor, darling.
And Jenny is saying something similar in her letter to me. She's mentioned that.
Yeah. Oh, she got that much. That's great. Okay. Yep.
So
that's great.
Jenny's mentioned to me that she was concerned
Thank
via
you.
the school.
So that's a little sort of taste of the kind of work we've done, where we've recorded a number of videos of the work. That's Dr. Matthew Dunbar, is one of the two psychiatrists who run the unit. And you would immediately get a sense, I think, that there is somebody with a mental health problem being addressed there. Interestingly enough, the focus in not only that particular vignette, we call these vignettes where we create this work, is not the mother. It's the young teenager, the 12 or 13-year-old, because the word for this particular vignette is the children of parents with a mental illness. And it's investigating the phenomenon of children who have to become adults before they really want to be adults or should be adults, having to deal with parents who may not cope very well. In this one, obviously, we've got somebody who's in a manic episode. So it's a bit of an indicator of what we do. A bit of background: pediatric mental health came into existence because there was a general perception in Australia that the orthodoxy of how psychiatrists in particular were addressing patient care, there were two or three things that were kept coming out. One was the sense that the patient was not necessarily being given a voice, an opportunity to be heard. And so there was an increasing wish to have longer and more in-depth interviews with patients rather than something more prescriptive where somebody comes in and very quickly they are diagnosed and a decision is made and treatment is suggested. There were several aspects to that, but one of them was that, and the other one was sort of presumptions about diagnosis and treatment. if I was to be rather facile about it, I would say that there had been potential for somebody to say, you have this problem, this medication will solve it. What we're finding in Australia is, and everywhere I think really, is that in fact the individual is at the center of their own universe and in an environment that may be having an impact on their mental health. So one of the things that the unit set about doing was to say, let's create a model where we are able to provide medical students with a simulation of actual practice that is as real as we can make it. So everything about the work that we do there is based around actual medical practice. Most times people see a GP. As a result of a GP, they get a referral. It may be in an emergency department or it might be through private practice, but people are referred and now a team takes over and there's an investigation. So all of the surrounding material to the way in which we set up our work is based on the reality of what happens afterwards. We're trying to make that as real as possible. The challenge has been always to say, we want to have people to play the individuals who are displaying mental illnesses of one kind or another. We want veracity. We want it to feel as real as possible. And it's, to begin with, it used to be that the source for people like this were either other healthcare workers who certainly had experience of seeing what happened, ex-patients who were volunteering themselves to give simulations of experiences they've had, and sometimes volunteers who would step in order to do it. And one of the early things that the unit found was that the result of that was a very surface-level rendition of a mental state. So the unit set about trying to find a better way of doing it, and it was one of these sort of serendipity moments that I came into contact with the two psychiatrists who were setting up the unit at a very early stage. And as a result of that, we started to work together, and the first thing I did was to say, well, there's a type of human being out there in the world whose world experience and life and training, their métier, is to pretend to be other people, actors, professional trained actors. So I started to introduce this character-based improvisation idea into the preparation of the work we were doing. So we're getting past this sense of the simplistic rendition of a mental state. One of the reasons is because when an interview takes place between a psychiatrist and a patient, there are procedures they have in order to elicit information. And the information isn't just to go through procedures for the sake of it, but it's in order to find out more. And on face value, asking a patient to give information regarding a genogram, for instance, a family tree, may seem to be rather straightforward, but in fact, how it is provided and what is said is giving us clues about underlying behavior as well. So those sorts of things are now beginning to become important in the rendition of characters. It means that any investigation of a patient, of an actor playing a patient, let's say, in Australia we call them sim patients, and it covers the spectrum of people who come in order for training for physical medical work as well. But we're going to look at lots of different aspects surrounding the character. So we're effectively saying we're getting an actor to create a character, and this character is going to be a whole person. This is quite important to emphasize. What's happening here is that we are effectively saying, what are the environmental factors surrounding this individual? What are the social factors? What are the family factors? What are the unseen pressures and influences on this person? We're talking about mental states that may go from something much more clinically defined, like psychosis and more extreme cases, through to things that are on a lighter level, let's say, and are more absorbable within society, but nevertheless, they are identifiable and they are treatable, or the intent is to find a treatment. So, in terms of when we're looking at actors to play these roles, before we had actors, when people were drawn from different forms of different past experiences, one of the things that we found was that there's also an impact on the individual in terms of their own mental health. Ironically, that asking someone to play someone who has a mental illness is, in effect, can be very demanding. So it was another reason why actors became an important part of what we do. Actors are trained, their profession is to pretend to be other people and to stop doing it and become themselves again and continue with their lives. Of course, there are stories from Hollywood and so on about people who remain in character and so on, but for most cases we are saying that the actor has a job and a recognition of what is themselves and what is a character. This is immensely helpful in creating characters in a pediatric mental health environment. We wanted a couple of significant aims in this unit. One was to have consistency of behaviors, repeatable, expressible behaviors, and the other one was the maintaining the mental health of the performers. So, in terms of the work done, we are now looking at training actors and using professional actors where we can for using the character-based improvisation process. So there's a couple of things to say about that. I'm going to walk us through the actual practice in a moment, the whole character thing. But first of all, I suppose we should just say, taking an outside view for a second, when somebody is creating a character in a film environment, we see the results nearly always in a film. And these results are that we are getting an edited version of a character because narrative drives what happens to the character in the film. So, in terms of what we are going to witness as an audience is an edited, carefully curated version of a character. The character can be said to have an arc through what's going on. And very often what is happening is relatively simplistic in terms of what is on screen. The more of a thriller you have, the more you're only going to see the important bits. Certain genres of film require to see only certain kinds of behaviors. It's always intrigued me that maybe somebody like Mike Leigh should be let loose to make a James Bond movie, because I want to see James Bond in his Chelsea flat cleaning his underwear, washing it in the basin at home, and all the things that we never see, all the ungroovy bits. But it's an important point to make because there's an assessment going on of behavior, and in a way we're getting partial character. So whole character, and this is something, I won't go into this in terms of the work for actors so much, but in terms of the medical preparation for mental health, whole character becomes very important because not only are we establishing something of as total an understanding of a character as is possible. We are investigating this with the intent that when the medical students interview somebody, they are possibly going to go all over the place in their questions in an attempt to understand, gain rapport, and begin to get understanding of who this person is. So it's not uncommon that, for instance, if there's a teenager is talking and it expresses an interest in a particular sport, for instance, that one of the medical students might have a knowledge of that sport and jump on it and say, oh, right, so you're interested in that team, that's good. In other words, anything might be used. So it becomes important for the actor to have as total a knowledge as possible. The whole character concept has a basis in something that we all carry within ourselves. Every person here is an expert on themselves. They have a resource of their own information. If we chose to, at random, ask somebody to say, could you name your grandparents, the chances are you can do that. What suburbs do you know? Where do you go shopping? All of these seemingly mundane details become an important aspect of defining a person. And in the context of this mental health education, the placing of a character in a very specific locale with a very defined job, a relationship, a leisure, social life, all the rest of it, is building a tremendous picture of the person and means that from a clinical point of view, we are building in those components that are manifesting as a mental health issue. So this is an area that might well come back to in terms of questions later on. So the way we fashion the characters, how we put them together, is from drawing on real cases. The psychiatrists have at their fingertips not only their experienced psychiatrists themselves with lots of cases, experiences and so on, there's all of the literature, there's all the other sources that they would have regularly available to them. An amalgam of that goes into constructing the basis of what they want to see. In the end, what drives us is the learning outcomes. What do we wish our students to take away? We are not in the business of simply putting forward a demonstration of a condition or a state of being. We are wanting to provide something, as in real life, where the medical students have a puzzle to unpick. So when I showed you that clip earlier on, we do not foreground that the mother has a observable mental health issue. We are saying they've come in because the mother has identified that the child is having problems at school, getting bullied and is getting upset, and they want some kind of intervention. So on face value, it seems to be assess the child, make a decision. Okay, child seems to be more or less okay, maybe doesn't need medication, even though the mother is talking about it. But what is clear from just seeing that short clip is that the child's development is being impacted by the state that the mother is in. Therefore, the investigation is no longer about the child's welfare per se, but holistically about what's happening with that family. So from this sort of start of having a kind of premise, if you like, from which to work, we then proceed to starting to build character. And we go into quite a lot of detail doing this. From the point of view of the accuracy of the portrayal, we are constantly referencing back to the psychiatrists. They will witness some of the improvisations we do. They will, we will run calibration interviews and so on, and we're endlessly adjusting and so on, so that we're not accidentally creating characters that in some way, when we finish this process, the learning outcomes are obscured or are unclear. We want to make sure that they are staying on message. So we are constructing fictional circumstances for these characters. These are fictive identities, is in effect what we are dealing with now. We're looking at home life, family, work, social life. We're always drawing from lived reality. We create a family tree. We're talking here about the director and the actor, one-on-one, having conversations and discussing the character, the potential of the character, and so on. There's a nucleus from which the actor begins. I never foreground what it is, the mental state that we are going to investigate. So we're not saying to the actor, we want you to play someone with psychosis. Instead, we go through a whole series of experiences, and we also consider genetic aspects to determine what is the kind of physiological and psychological makeup of this particular character. And life experience, in terms of what's happened to the character, this fictional identity, is embedded in such a way that it is having an impact on behaviors and life choices. So the family tree gives us some basic useful information. It may provide clues that, for example, if there is we'll show a clip in a minute from a psychosis case, but in that particular case, we established in the family tree that the father of this particular teenager had a history of psychosis and eventually committed suicide. And so these things get embedded in the family tree to provide possible links for the medical students to investigate. Is there a genetic link, or are there more other circumstantial reasons why this person is showing signs of psychosis? We run a lot of controlled improvisations, and we're examining aspects of character. We start simply and we build the character through a series of experiences. All of these improvisations are progressive and cumulative, and we are in a triangle of research, discussions, and improvisations. We'll do an improvisation, we'll do a debrief and say what's happening. What did we see was happening? What did the actor think was happening to the character? We're always asking the actor to separate the character from themselves. They will always talk about the character in the third person, as though the character had just left the room and we're able to talk freely. That's a vitally important mental health aspect for the mental health of the actor. That we are not using any form of method or drawing on their own life experiences. We are constructing experiences and then through improvisations finding ways in which the actor in character has experiences that are impacting on their psyche in one way or the other. So as we progress, we're wanting to create a vignette, a circumstance within which the character exists. We're sewing in any affect or manifestation, any thinking pattern or behaviors that are indicators of a particular mental illness. But again, we're not necessarily foregrounding it as a behavior that we want to make the actor play per se. The psychiatrists are always suggesting calibrations, titrating the character and behaviors. In particular, we use micronarratives to explore things that would otherwise be very difficult to explore. I'm not sure, is there anybody in this room who is an actor who's done my workshop by any chance? Who am I looking at? How are you doing? Do you remember the character that you created? Yeah? What was her name? Tina? Okay. I don't remember the exact circumstances because I have run a lot of workshops here, so I apologize in advance. But give me a quick heads up, Tina. What was it? What was her career, her job? How long ago was this, in fairness, before I put you on the spot like this? Oh, right, 2017. Okay, okay, all right. So I've got a fix on it now. I think I remember. Okay. Do we remember her job? Well, she didn't have a job, did she? Wasn't she someone who was having difficulty working? Okay. So it may be, because it's so long ago, that I'm going to fall on my face here and not be able to demonstrate a micronarrative. But I sure as hell would love to try. Her circumstances, she had a sister, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right? Played by Karen Rask. Have I got that right? No. Okay, wrong character. I'm really doing well now. Yeah, Erkki was the brother. Yeah. Okay. So where did Karen come into the picture? Because I remember scenes with you and her. Okay. Okay, all right. So the idea of the micronarrative is to say an event in her life going back in time. She was mentally a little unstable herself, this character, wasn't she? Yeah. Okay. Well, you have to bear with me. We're digging on memories from 9 years ago, 10 years ago, both of us. We'll see how far we get. But can you remember why she started to have difficulties? What a good idea. What a good idea.
Just a second. I don't remember that. Please use the mic.
Yeah.
Sorry, identify yourself too, just for everyone.
Katarina, an actress, yeah.
Thank you.
This I do not remember, but I remember she was difficulties to be educated.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
Mis on põhikooli haridusega, mis on middle school educated. And yeah.
Okay, where was she living?
In Tallinn.
Whereabouts, do you remember?
No.
Okay. We would have been specific at the time. We might have said she lived in Copley or somewhere like that, or wherever.
Yeah, I don't remember that, yeah.
Okay, was she living alone or with others?
Alone? Yeah.
Okay. So this may be impossible to do. I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that, but if she lived alone, she was living in an apartment, I think. She didn't have money and so on, did she?
I don't remember, yeah.
Okay. So anyway, without sort of, making this into a torture session for both of us, where I'm going with this is to say, if we agree that she lived alone, and if you have a bit of a memory of the character, the sort of micronarrative detail that I might put in would be to say, there's a new neighbor has moved in next door. My memory of her was that she lived in fairly modest circumstances, so in probably an apartment block or something like that. If you can agree with that much, that would be a great start. Okay, so I'm suggesting there's a new neighbor who moves in. Seems very nice, middle-aged female, divorced, she's got a 16-year-old son, very friendly and so on. The son acquires a set of drums and starts practicing all day and all night. How would your character feel about that?
Not happy?
Would she say anything? to either mum or the child?
Perhaps.
What would she say? How would she go about it?
Not directly,
Mm-hmm.
but somehow around the corner, meeting them on yards, somehow passing by, saying something.
What might she say to this? Would she speak to the mother or to the son? Sorry, this is a 9-year-old character that we just pulled out of the hat.
This is kind of improvisation right now as well, because I do not remember exactly, and so I somehow improvise and fantasize this character on at the right moment.
Understood. And in a way, because of the particular set, we didn't plan this beforehand. This is not a setup, I should just assure everyone here. This is a purely spontaneous thing, and I'm being totally opportunistic. But so it's totally fine for you to invent on the spot based on this, because I'm pursuing a slightly larger intent of the micro-narrative and how it works and why we use it. So we've established the character would actually, Tina would say something to the neighbor.
Yeah, and she's jealous. Now I remember the details. She somehow put these strange nails, these very odavad, cheap nails, and somehow, had kind of details on her to compare herself with a kind of success or beauty or something. So this kind of leading instinct would to say something about her with kind of jealousy or comparing aspect.
So if I just take that, and that it was fueled by a form of jealousy, if you like, that the response from the mother, I would provide the answer for the mother, would be defensiveness. He's my son and he's terrific, he's great, I don't know. Even if what your character was saying was complimentary, she misunderstands and she becomes hostile. So, as an experience, you, on behalf of the character, would be able to take away a feeling of that didn't go well, or more deeper things. And if we build up a whole series of experiences like this, we're building a consistency of responses to your character. And as that happens, so it's building for you, the actor, on behalf of the character, a stronger and stronger sense of what works for her and what doesn't work for her, possibly reinforcing the jealousy, possessiveness, other things that you're identifying this character might have. The conversation we're having now, obviously, would be in an environment where it's just the two of us and we're free to explore and discuss. And I'm sorry, Catherine, to put you on the spot like this suddenly. So, but thank you.
Unconscious, Mrs. Isoli. Mis staadium see on, kus ma olen praegu? Helen, paku. Unconscious competence.
What's the question? I'm sorry.
I'm in unconscious competence level.
No, yeah. Absolutely.
Thank you.
I think I'm at the level of conscious incompetence at the moment, but anyway, we'll see how we go. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. It's nice to be able to just give a quick insight about the very human aspects of this work. That it might seem as if we're being scientific and very medical, and obviously we are teaching medical students, but along the way we are also referencing very human behavior and making decisions very much heuristically, I think is probably the right word for that. In terms of the work we're doing so far, everyone's working in isolation. I would see each actor separately, but we are building families and relationships, and they become the next stage in this work. So the families, each of them are seen individually, and then each of them are brought together in different groupings And there are a whole series of further improvisations, literal and figurative improvisations, which we use to explore the character. We're creating an environment in order to be able to explore how this character exists. So yeah, as you said, Katarina, Erkki Lau played the older brother. It's coming back to me now. Okay. So I think it's probably the right point here to play the next clip, which is a little bit of a demonstration of families. If we could, please.
So, Erin, as I was saying, my name's Elsa. I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist, and I had a letter from your GP who's a bit worried about your eating, so I was hoping that we could have a chat about that today, if that's okay. Yeah. So, Erin, you're 15, is that right? Yeah. And what school are you at?
Mercedes.
Yeah. What year are you in?
Year 10.
And is this mum and dad here with you? Yeah. What's your name?
Victoria.
Victoria?
You can call me Vicky, that's fine.
Okay, thanks, Vicky. And how old are you, Vicky?
46.
Yeah. And do you work outside the home?
Yes, I'm over at Women's and Children's actually.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
What do you do there?
I'm a num in the Rose Ward.
Oh, lovely. It's a nice one.
It's lovely, yeah, absolutely.
And Dad?
Tony.
Tony? How old are you, Tony?
45.
And do you work outside the home?
Yes.
What do you do?
Graphic designer at a place called Percept up in Nord.
Okay. And is there anyone else at home?
Yes, I've got a sister.
Sally.
Sally?
Sally?
Sally.
Yeah.
How old's Sally?
She's 18.
18, yeah. And what's she doing with herself? Is she working or studying?
She's studying.
Studying. What is she studying?
Dietetics.
How do you two get along?
Yeah, fine.
Okay. All right, and grandparents? Vicky, your parents?
Yes, Lorraine and Victor.
Yeah.
What do you need? Their ages?
Yeah.
74, Mum's 74, Dad's 78 this year.
74.
Okay,
How
thank
can I
you. So that's a startup of a typical thing, and it's exactly what would happen in practice for a graduated medical student. The taking of a genogram is a starting point. They're subtle, but we are already getting some clues. Could we wind forward to the next portion, please?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So about a year ago, you started to notice a bit of a change in your eating. Yeah, what was the first change that you noticed?
I just wanted to just track how much I was eating.
Okay. Where did that idea come from?
Just sport.
So did someone say something? A coach said something, or?
It was just like a joke between me and my friends.
Who said that?
Charlotte and Lexi, Lauren.
So what was the joke?
Just that I was like bulkier than the others.
Okay. And that really...
And on to the next clip, please. Thank you. I'm picking bits here and there to give us a cumulative sense of this particular family group.
And what have you two noticed?
So I actually found something in her room that I think has started to make me quite concerned. And quite shocked. I was picking up her laundry from her room and I found the chest of drawers was out a little from the wall, and just sort of went to push it back, and I found a Ziploc bag with vomit inside, and I've just been a little concerned and started to kind of keep an eye on her in the last...
We've all been concerned.
Well, of course. Yeah. But I've started to sort of keep a closer eye.
So you might see some clues from the behaviors you're seeing in those clips What we're seeing there is a teenager with an eating disorder at an early stage. Are we getting any clues about the parents, do we think? Give me a bit of feedback, what sort of impression do mum and dad make on this group here? Anyone? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Felt more interested in surveillance. Sorry. Seemed surveillance oriented.
The parents?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Are the parents getting on? They're not, are they? It's a tiny moment there where the husband asserts himself. We're all concerned, he says. In this particular vignette, the history is that once the eating disorder was identified, the husband went to, and that there was concealed food and there was a box of chocolates that she would occasionally binge eat and then throw up. It was part of the history of this situation. The husband went and removed the door to the child's bedroom, took it off its hinges, so that she couldn't conceal herself anymore. Once you know that, you begin to see that although there's a problem with the teenager, there's an equally large problem with the parents. And it's that kind of complexity of behaviors that we're investigating in terms of what we do. Are you hovering because it's wind-up time?
I was just thinking if somebody wants to say something, so we're using my...
Cool. Okay. I'll just quickly run through the rest of this because I should give time for questions. I'm sure you've got them. We are seeing, the unit began looking mainly at training psychiatrists. Fifth-year medical students were the people we saw, and they're on an 8-year program to become psychiatrists. But now it's expanded to include med students on their way to becoming general practitioners, psychologists, nurses, carers. It's a much wider thing than it used to be. As I say, the environment is meant to be as close to what students will face when they graduate. The setup we have is interesting, that we have, although these are filmed in different places, we have a setup where we have an interview room that is very typical to what you'd find in a hospital. But the difference is the fourth wall is a two-way mirror, and on the other side are more students with a trainer who've got audio-visual as well as sight of what's going on. And so the sessions are about 40 minutes of an interview with a break in the middle. The two students who do the interviewing come through and join their colleagues, all of whom have assigned jobs to do in the group, formulation and overview and so on. And they will consult, they will discuss what's happened so far, possibly recommendations and suggestions. Then there's a part 2 and it resumes. We are not looking for outcomes of the kind where there is a sort of result. We're looking more for the student to demonstrate and practice their interpersonal and to some degree diagnostic skills. We have follow-ups, what's called extension narratives, which I have a lot to do with writing, that are the consequences of your actions. The medical students who are doing the interviewing might decide that a given person is okay to go home. And so we can build in the consequence of that as a next meeting and mean that the student's decision-making can be examined and the repercussions can be looked at as well. It's very powerful in that sense. Okay. We have a great number of different vignettes that we run, and they run the spectrum. I think I'm going to run the other clip at this point, just to give you a little bit of a heads up of what's happening there. Could we do that, please? The psychosis clip. Let's just have a quick look at that.
I'm a psychiatrist. Good to meet you all. Yourself?
I'm Barbara, and I'm Jordan's nana.
I see. Yep.
I'm Sean, Jordan's stepfather, but dad.
Okay. this must be short. Jordan. Yeah. Jordan, well, like I said, my name's John Callery, and I guess I'm getting the impression that you're not too comfortable being here today, or perhaps you're not keen on me talking with you. Would it make it easier, Jordan, if we did it a different way? If we maybe just you and I spoke one-to-one for a little bit, would that be helpful? Or would you rather that we keep your family in the room for a little while? Jordan, are you okay if I start off talking to the rest of your family and then we can work things out as we go? Is that okay? I'll be very keen if you want to join in at any stage. Or in fact, let us know if you're not keen with what we're talking about. And before we kick off, is there anything you want to say or ask me, Jordan? I'm sorry, Sean, I think you were going to let me know something, or...
He doesn't really trust new environments.
So anybody apart from us, really.
Yeah.
I see.
He might be a little bit quiet for a little bit.
Okay, all right. And Jordan, I'll be talking knowing that you're part of what we're
Okay, let's hold it there. Did I give you a second clip to run? I can't remember. Or is that it? That may be it. Okay.
I don't live
there
there, but I don't live that far away.
Okay.
But,
yeah. And Jordan's mum, is she?
Passed away.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear
Yeah, she passed away 5 years ago, breast cancer.
I see. Okay. So, and this has been the living arrangement since then? So since Jordan was about 12?
Yep.
Okay. When did the fly in, fly out, or Jordan being by himself, when did that begin?
It's been almost a year.
Prior to that, you and Jordan were together?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Let's hold it there. Thank you. Thank you. So why I wanted to show these clips really partly was to be able to demonstrate the depth of characterization, the absorption by these actors into these roles. And the use of character-based improvisation for this work is so far, apart from having a different end use, is very similar to the kind of work I routinely do with actors and directors. In order to create character for further drama development or for actor development as we're going. And so the kind of, the notion of two hats, as it were, seems to me to fit well in terms of the spirit of the conference, of where we're going. I've probably left you with a lot of questions in terms of what we're doing. This is an opportunity if anyone has anything they want to ask. There's a lot to cover, so I've skated over some of it, I suspect.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, thank you. It was very interesting to me. I wanted to ask you, because you said you really create a whole family and characters, and they should be able to answer any kind of questions. My question to you is where you get the material from. Where do you, how do you know which history to build, and do you get stories from the psychiatrists you're working with, or what is the material based on your characters?
So there's several sources of material. The first thing we will do with the actor right at the beginning is to have a sort of short list of characteristics that we might identify with the character we want to create. And that list is a combination of things that the psychiatrists have come up with and that I come up with. And they may include things like narcissism and other particularities that we could fix on. One of the early things that one says to the actor is, do you know anybody, a real person you've met who's a bit like this? Because anchoring it in a real person is a very important aspect of the work. We're not replicating that person, but we're using the actor's own skills as an artist, drawing from life, to begin to build a character. We are going to, through the improvisations and the other work, introduce lots of things that mean this base quickly evolves in the way that we want. And then we are working from experiences that I've had, experiences that the actors had, experiences that the psychiatrists have had. To give an example, in this clip I just showed, Jordan, the teenager with psychosis, had an episode in which he got a spade and dug up the front garden, trying to find the power source to the house in order to cut it, because he had become convinced that the government was listening to him. And that incident was taken from an actual case that the psychiatrists themselves had experience of. So that's, in a way, where we're building from. There's a degree of imagination and inventiveness going on, but it's building collaboratively through what we're doing, basically. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's such an interesting topic. I was thinking when you were talking about micronarratives that oftentimes a script provides many micronarratives within the script for a character. Have you ever considered, or do you ever do it where it could be, in fact, either part of a character development process or part of even a casting process, to have an actor who has read the script and a psychologist, a psychotherapist who has read the script, and have them sit down together in character, but the psychotherapist is being themselves, of course, to work through these micronarratives in a sort of a therapeutic session in a way that might bring out the backstory for the actor?
Absolutely. It's a great idea, and I've never done it, but what's implicit in that, I think, is that the actor, if it's a scripted thing, then one of my early questions when I'm presented with a script, when I'm, for instance, mentoring a filmmaker who's in development with something, is to examine how did the character come to behave the way they did at the beginning of a given scene. We learn a lot from an actor, from a character at the very beginning, their behaviors, etc. How do they get to be that way? What is it? Now we can configure micronarratives to establish something of the behaviors. If we were to do that, and to do the kind of whole character thing that I'm talking about, then absolutely one can put the actor together with a psychologist and run a session. If you merely said to the actor, please read the script and get your take on this character, and then did it, there might well be significant gaps in knowledge. It may not matter because the script doesn't go there. But frequently what I find is the whole character concept, when applied to a script, means that writers and directors are seeing the potential for more. They're seeing the potential for depth and complexity that might not be there. And sometimes there are behaviors in scripts. Most people I know have had experiences where an actor has said to the director, why is my character doing this? The plot requires that they do something. Finding a motivation, finding a background thing becomes part of micronarrative exploration, basically, is the idea. But yeah, I'd love to do it.
I have two questions. One is a short one concerning the teenagers and young actors.
Yes.
How do you help them out of the character? And the other question is concerning the psychiatrists' feedback on what they feel during these sessions, because what was very evident in these example videos is how tense a session actually can be, how much expectations the parents have towards what's going to happen during this very short time that the psychiatrist has with the teenager.
So the tension that you're identifying, by the way, is also derived from an external thing, which is, from a filmmaking point of view, immediately understandable. We put real psychiatrists in front of our actors in character and treated it as a thing, but we then put a camera on them. So the psychiatrist who's unused to that is feeling tense. There's a certain performance tension going on from the psychiatrist that, by the way, is having an impact in what we see. But let me see if I've got enough memory cells to remember your first question about teenagers. So the important thing for me is teenagers do not have professional training. They're not professional actors, but we need a great many of them in order to play various characters. In the past, we've had working through a casting agent who is brilliant at street casting, going to schools and so on and finding people with potential. And those people come to our attention. People who've done high school plays are ironically not necessarily terribly useful to us because there's a certain rigidity of training for teenagers for theatre, in my experience. But we are looking for people who have innate abilities, observing from life, mimicry, all of the things that are components of actor skills. I nearly always start by saying to a teenager who may not have worked before and not in front of camera and not in this kind of environment, here's a set of attributes for somebody. A bit of a bully, a bit self-important, but actually needs to be surrounded by other people. I might be describing a stereotype. However, I'm saying to the teenager, can you name anyone who's like that? Oh yeah, there's a guy in my school, Basil. He's an asshole, he's terrible, and he's like this. Can you give me a demonstration? Oh yeah, he walks like this. Instantly, the actor is giving us a portrayal of somebody. But it's a starting point, saying, well, the character we're creating isn't as bad as Basil, but he's going to have some things in him that we might take as a Basil quality. We're already beginning to move, but we're particularly drawing from a world the actor, he or she, knows already. So that's that particular methodology. The other one, I think about calibration, if I understand your question. Once the actor is prepared and we've done the workshop part, they go into rotation of doing every 3 weeks or so, coming in for sessions with different groups of psychiatrists. And there's endless calibration and adjustment made to what they're doing. Every time we run a session, it's different because the medical students are different and their questions and their behaviors will be different. We ask our actors to be enormously interactive. I try and choose smart, intelligent, intuitive actors who are in character responding to the medical students. Most times the medical students are empathic, concerned, interested, and so on. But occasionally we get clods who are insensitive and careless. And the actors in character might say, I'm sorry, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. We're leaving. If you're going to talk to my son like that, I'm out of here. So we maintain the reality as far as we can. But that means that we're endlessly adjusting the work. I feel like I'm into minus time now, so I should shut up.
Thank you, Robert, and I hope you stay at least until the lunch break, so if somebody didn't ask a question now, it's possible to approach you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next we have Mirona Radu, Mindful Cinema as Embodied Practice, Tacit Knowledge and Attention in Participatory Filmmaking Case Study. So almost all of the keywords we have already mentioned. Here we go.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Mirona Radu. I am first of all a filmmaker and a researcher at the National University of Theatre and Film in Bucharest, Ile Caragiale, UNEATC, where I am also doing my PhD. Now I am in the third year and I'm focusing on film as a therapeutic tool, introducing mindful cinema as a conceptual framework. And today I will explore how cinema can function not only as a representation or a form as a work of art, but as an embodied practice that produces forms of tacit knowledge through attention. So my research that I will present today is based on the hypothesis that film-based interventions may function as a form of indirect contact capable of restructuring perception and attention. I would like to start with a question. What kind of knowledge emerges when we don't just watch or make films, but experience as a form of attention? Because I am more interested in the last years of not how we do film, it's more how we experience with the film. So usually we think films in terms of information, of what it evokes, what it tells us. This is direct knowledge. But what happens when we engage with a film differently, when we watch or rewatch a film as a viewers or even as a creator in a state of focused attention? What begins to change is not just what we understand, but how we perceive, how we feel, and how we relate to the experience itself. The presentation today is based on my practice-based research developed through participatory filmmaking in a community context. My work includes collaborations with neurodivergent children, elderly patients in hospitals, children with oncological conditions. I began these interventions in 2024 in a hospital in Bucharest, working with elderly patients from the internal medicine department. There I started with mindful cinema concept approach that time, beginning with the composition of still images, and gradually moved towards film watching sessions, followed by guided discussions, and not only followed, but also introduced. This process allowed me to observe how attention, perception, and emotional engagement can be shaped through the film. And then I refined the method and adapted further in my work with pediatric oncology patients, and even further with these children with neurodivergent problems. All these experiences led me to define what I called mindful cinema. Because mindful cinema is not a genre, is not a therapeutic method in itself. Instead, I see it as a mode of attention, a way of being present, bodily and perceptually, both in film production and in reception. So I shift the focus from what the film is to how we engage with it. Because it's also a world full of visual over-saturation, we need this type of, I really think we need this type of approach. A central focus on active engagement in a consciously experienced aesthetic process, both for the viewer and the creative team. It distinguishes itself from existing paradigms such as slow cinema, experimental cinema, or other form, or even the therapeutic method, because it can be used also in education or in other approaches, so not in a clinic way. Mindful cinema involves a dual form of attention. One is for the viewer, who cultivates presence and recepting. The second is for the creator, who structures the filmic experience in a way that fosters this conscious engagement, while also adopting a position of presence and reflection. Drawing from phenomenology, cinema is not only something that we see, but something we experience through the entire body. As Ponti suggests, perception is always embodied. We do not stand outside the world, we are immersed in it. As Sobchak argues, the film experience is lived bodily, not just understood intellectually. So we don't just watch or make films, we feel them, we move with them, and in a way, we inhabit them. This is where I turn to the concept of tacit knowledge. As Poliani suggests, we know more that we can tell, and also we can reflect for the opening session, that it was so inspirative for me. Tacit knowledge refers to forms of knowing that cannot be fully verbalized. It is embodied and implicit, something that emerges through actions and practice rather than formal articulation. It is central to creative processes where understanding happens through doing, sensing, and adjusting rather than doing through explanations. I will try to go a bit, yeah. So this case study focuses on a participatory short film entitled Superheroes, created with 6 neurodivergent children. The process was open and exploratory without a fixed or predetermined script. It involves through interaction, attention, and improvisation, allowing the children to shape the narrative. At this point, I'd like to ask to show a short excerpt from the film.
Super, recunosc că uneori super, da.
Și nu ne mai iubești?
Ba da, vă iubesc.
Tu nu super pe mami tău niciodată, Ana?
Ba da.
Păi vezi, se mai întâmplă, Ana, dar important e după aceea să ne împăcăm, nu?
Da.
Păi, acum îl vedem foarte bine pe Teo, da? S-a aprins roșu, deci filmăm acum, da?
Da.
Acum, suntem gata. Mai în clar. Da. Ne face cu mâna, poate. Ia te vezi, foarte drăguț.
Marius, ți-a plăcut azi?
Foarte mult mi-a plăcut.
Și te-ai simțit bine? Te-ai simțit bine?
A simțit cea mai bine.
Oare vrei să vină și mâine fetele?
Da, o fi.
Am învățat noi sunete și noi instrumente și noi... Și a fost distractiv, a fost...
Mi-a plăcut foarte mult, Eti.
Și mie mi-a plăcut, și mie mi-a plăcut, da.
Vrei să o filmezi, Marius, și pe Sara? Că uite ce frumos ia sunetul.
So what was essential in this process is that they were not simply participants in a scenario, in a script, but co-creators together with me of the film. So filmmaking decisions emerged continuously through interaction, observation, and responsiveness to their presence, gestures, and ways of engaging. In this sense, the film was not something we made about them, about these children and young people, but something that emerged with them. We worked across 6 sessions, combining theater, camera work, and film. The process also integrated elements of mindfulness, play, music, with a collaborative framework of creation. It shaped how we perceived each other, how we relate in the group, and how we act within the process itself. And I would kindly ask to show 2 more clips.
Da, îmi plac foarte mult. Îmi plac ce mai bine să ai frunzele copaci.
Îți plac așa sau îți plăceau în vară când erau verzi?
Îmi plăcea mult vara.
Mai mult decât acum?
Da.
Uite, îți plac umbrele noastre? Le vezi?
Le văd așa.
Și le-ai văzut până acum?
Tu ai văzut?
Eu le-am văzut, dar tu le-ai văzut înainte?
Da.
Aha, bravo! Asta înseamnă că suntem atenți, da? Că e foarte important să fim atenți în jurul nostru. Aici și acum.
Cum să fie căluțul tău, Sara? Da, cum să fie? Am avut unul obosit, nu mai putea de somn. Am avut unul tânăr, am avut unul rapid. De care vrei să facem acum? Repede! Tot repede! Hai! 3, 2, 1 și... Căluțul pe arată, să sară pe stâlă, să merge pe cămii, dar eu zi... Aflu!
Îți place?
Dau 10, mai lauzi un pic? Nu. Nu? Ana!
Aici, faci din față, faci și clarul, focusul, vezi? Trebuie să ți-l schimbi tu cu mânuța. cum vezi tu mai clar?
Spune-le cam un castrum de la întreg.
Îți place, Marius?
Îți place, mă? Bravo, cameraman.
Putem să mergem aici, de exemplu, și să-i așteptăm să ne intre în cadru. Ia să vedem noi cum o vor veni. A, frumos?
Ok.
Ți-a plăcut?
Da.
Asta înseamnă că ne gândim înainte cum punem cadru și uite să ai un cadru foarte frumos. Cu căluțul în partea din spate. So these are just some few moments when we can also see how the attention unfolds in practice or how we work together. And most of the images are filmed by the children. Yeah, what we can see here is a process of filmmaking based on interaction, attention to the gestures, and to summarize the process, attention shapes perception, what we see. It shapes time, and how we experience duration and attention, and it shapes ethics, how we relate to others, to the children, to participation, and to responsibility. And regarding the methodology, actually we combined several layers of analysis, because we used, of course, observational analysis of emotional and social behaviors during the 6 sessions, before and post each activity. Emotion self-selection tools with cards, pre- and post-assessments from parents and the therapist from the center, as well as audience feedback after viewing the film, because we consider that it's important also to screen the film in the community and to see the reaction together of the parents and of the other people in the community. And we also had a pre-evaluation of the community where 203 people responded. And after watching the film, some of them, more than 40 people, also filled in the form post, and I will show immediately the results. But coming back on the emotional evolution of the children, we observed that it was a shift across the process. What was interesting to me, it was also the differences between the parents' assessments before and post our intervention and the therapeutic assessment. Because, of course, we are talking about different contexts of evaluation. One is in a group, in a center where they have rules and everything must be scheduled. And in the family life where the children are free. And the parents actually evaluated their children, the evolution with high scores for more attention and more emotional responses, because some of them actually, it was quite difficult to work with them in the sessions, but after this, they also observed that it's a high change in their emotional also reactions and attention, so more high. But at the same time, the therapeutic evaluation came with, let's say, a small marks for attention, because in groups and in how they respond in the group activities in the center, it showed that it's let's say, a regression. But there is also a regression in a progress, because sometimes we need more time. It was only in 6 weeks, yeah, what we did with them. So we really think we need a continuation and to see if the results could be even better for the children. Because for the community, we have actually very good and interesting results. So I will go, I think, there. So yeah, what I really believe, progress doesn't always look like words, and sometimes not. These evaluations are not, in my opinion, in this sample of 6 children in 6 weeks, are not, let's say, so true, because it's more about the presence, and their presence were, I mean, it was obvious higher, and they're more attentive now. So going to the community, we are talking about a community of 5,000 people. It's a small, really small city in Romania where I grew up. And we really wanted to see if the film created a formal contact, even if the absence of direct contact with the neurodivergent children. And we use, as I said, a pre-form before watching the film together in the cinema, and we use the attitude to disability scale by Power and Green. Yeah, this is the participant characteristics to see the level of the education, and if they have, this is, in my opinion, most important, if they have previous contact or not with these kind of children. And what we had as a result is, first of all, it's not about to have positive attitudes. Actually, it's to have more realistic approaches regarding the potential of the children, and yeah, to have, and we identified 3 profiles: concerned, optimistic, and realistic, empathetic. And this is, let's say, more clear in terms of the results. And what was really, let's say, impressive, it is the post-evaluation. After watching the film, more than 40 people filled in some free questions, and all of them, so this was 100%, agreed that the film changed their perspective, and now they see the people with these kind of problems with a lot of potential, actually. I understand better what they go through, but they should be treated like any other children, and children can develop their abilities with support. So I think this type of recognition, it was very important, not only for us, the team behind this process, but for the children themselves, because they were there at the screening, for the parents themselves, because they were also asking us how we work with them, and because they saw parts of their lives which were new to them. One of the boys who could actually, because we had non-verbal and verbal participants, but one of them was really more talkative after this, and the mother, when watched the film, was so impressed, because at home he didn't talk that much. He just responded with yes or not, and now. And you also saw him filming and discussing with me about summer, about what he likes, what he doesn't like. And yeah, this was something that for us it was very important to have also these qualitative, let's say, results. And yeah, so for sure for us, film is more than a work of art. It is an effective engagement which can reconfigure the perception and increase sensitivity. And because now I am also watching the clock, it's all, yeah, I think if you have questions, I will be maybe more happy to answer to your questions. Yeah, because I think maybe it's more interesting to say more about the process itself, or how I differentiate, let's say, to be present, to have also exercises. We did exercises before and after each activity, and this we saw that it is so important to make the children grounded in here and to be in the present. So I think this is something maybe a bit different than the other approaches with working with the neurodivergent children.
Yes, thank you, thank you. So questions from the audience, super interesting talk and fantastic. Questions from the audience?
Thank you so much.
I wanted to ask you about this word mindfulness, which is kind of, it's a phenomenological, like phenomenology uses this word a lot related to meditation, etc.
Yeah.
So how do you relate mindfulness like within that reference to meditation, etc., and the way that you use mindfulness as really embodying the topic and like immersing yourself into what you are doing as a creator, but also what you are
a viewer.
Yes, as a viewer. So are there differences in these two concepts within these different domains?
So I think what we can do from meditation, because I took, let's say, many important things from the meditation when I apply this practice in cinema, is that, yeah, we are here now, we see our thoughts, we don't evaluate the thoughts in that moment, we are just, we see them, we see the flow of the thoughts. And we are very conscious about our presence, what we feel when we do something or when we watch something. The children, for instance, were always asked how they feel and what they feel in the bodies. So for us, it's very important to see the connection and to be aware that you are connected with something that you are watching or you are listening, because of course sound was also linked with the sound, not with the image. So this is what we, let's say, bring from meditation. So to be aware of the flow of the thoughts, to let them go, but at the same time to see ourselves in our body as well, because this is something that we don't use that much in cinema.
Thank you. Question over there, Mauri.
Thanks for an interesting talk. I see the results from the pedagogical point of view, the insights that come through this approach, but the children are also participants. Were you able to track their experiences and what they got out of it?
Yes, we track this, and not only after each sessions, but also after watching the film in the community, because I was also, let's say, skeptical. I didn't know how they will receive the people reaction, so it was overwhelming for me. I can't imagine for them how it was. But they were so happy, and they nuances, levels of joy. I mean, I don't have this type of level of joy, but they had, in terms of how they felt, and they were very, very proud of what they did together. So that they were capable to film, because, I mean, half of the film is filmed by them. It's not, the editing is not, it's ours, but half of the images are made by them, and they were very, very proud. And we recorded also some feedbacks, but unfortunately were only in Romanian, no translation yet. And people were really impressed by the speech that some of them had. Yeah.
Any other questions? Because okay, over there. Because I have one more.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate you for your talk and for your initiative, because I am Romanian myself, and I think that it is very needed. And then I wanted to ask you, and actually a similar question came from there, if you identify any difference in also like in terminology and in practice between therapy, which is a word that you used a lot, like therapeutical, and pedagogy and facilitation. So this would be the first thing, because as it came across to me through watching this video, their experience was also about acquiring a set of skills, and yeah, I don't know exactly how to formulate this, but well, the second question would be how to, or if you thought about it, how to make this process not a 6-week laboratory, but to keep it integrated in their community, like to keep it ongoing. If you thought about it, if you talked with their responsibles or trainers, so that this doesn't remain a case study, but embedded in their practice, in their well-being, in their community, and in their contact with the neurotypical community. Is this clear enough?
Yes, and I will start with the second, because I'm also...
maybe the second is more interesting anyway.
I am a very sensitive speaker, so I will start with the second. Yes, they actually, the therapist, even, of course, she evaluated from her point of view, and I'm glad also to have this. This is very important, even if it's not what I really wanted to see, a big change in the children's life. But she actually took some of our methods because she was present in all activities. She was there, not contributing at all, just as an observer, and I really respected this approach, to be there but not to interact with them. So, and I saw that she took some of the methods and the exercises that we used, and she is making them now in the present, and I'm very happy. That means for them it worked. So if something can be taken by here, even if it's not us, the team behind it's good, but at the same time we are applying for different funds to continue the project, because in my opinion it should be a long term in order to have real results and to have, let's say, more impact. So even now we are applying to our national administration cultural fund, and hopefully we will be successful. The first question regarding, because this was actually my question when I entered the doctoral studies. The film could be, let's say, a therapeutic tool, but mindful cinema can be used also in education, or also in, in other contexts. Because if you want to have a therapy, you have to have a mixed team with medical or, like people, psychologists. For the projects we had, we had a team combined with researchers, filmmakers, also psychologists, but this is not always possible. So what I'm trying to introduce, this concept, and to find this framework, like mindful cinema, to be used also in a more, let's say, free context, like education, or, when you don't need such a big team with different hats.
Thank you. Actually, the last question took my question. So you stole my question, and that's fantastic. No, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so thank you very much for this. And I have more questions for you behind the scene.
Thank you.
And in my understanding, at least my stomach says something like that. I think there is a time for lunch. And the conference includes the lunch. We have it in another building, so that's a Terra building. We can go out to the street and front door, take it right-hand side, and enter the old Tallinn University building, and then right there on the right side, we have immediately the first floor in the entrance hall, we have a cafeteria, restaurant where there's a dinner, lunch served for us. So thank you. Those who don't know the place, the city, follow me. I'm definitely going there. Thank you.
Davai. Mhm, mhm.
Hello.
energy, no
Take your seats, take your seats. So let's take a little, please take your seats. There's already an online session, so the person is in a Zoom waiting for. Please take your seats, please take your seats. It starts already. Maybe you can put the bag somewhere there and we can, or I can ask from.
Hello, welcome back. And
no, there's my computer. And you and me, we are going to sit down.
We can hear you, but we don't see you.
We will,
so welcome back, everybody. Today's next session is online. I'm very happy that Martin Koinarts is presenting today. He has been able to join us physically previously, but this time he was not able to come. But the topic that he is talking about today, visual thinking in cinema, a videographic exploration, is something which is very interesting because videographic essays are becoming more and more important ways of showing or making film research more available, because film language is audiovisual and writing about it is always in a way complicated. Martin has a lot of experience with doing video essays, so welcome Martin back to NeuroCine conference, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Yeah, first of all, thank you, Ellen and Pia, for the invitation. Sorry that I couldn't attend in person. I really would love to be in person, but unfortunately I have reconstruction going on. There's a lot of sounds in the back. I think you can't hear those sounds because it's really a hell in that sense. But let's move on. My talk is on visual thinking in cinema, a videographic exploration. I think Ellen this morning already gave a very interesting talk about perceptual learning. In a way, I will also be talking about perceptual learning, but more considering the outcome of perceptual learning. I will try to reconstruct and how can we try to diagram, visualize the traces of visual thinking in film, in cinema. And the structure will be threefold. So I will first try to define what is visual thinking. Then second, I will raise a methodological question. What are the traces of visual thinking in the arts, and what methods can we use to reveal those traces? And then third and last, I think that's the fun part, I will try to explore visual thinking in film through a videographic method, and I will do that through a number of case studies. So first things first, what is visual thinking? Visual thinking basically conveys the idea that thought does not occur outside visual experience, but is embedded within it. And this is, of course, a concept that has been highlighted by a very famous Gestalt psychologist of art, Rudolf Arnheim. And he already proposed, well before embodied cognition came in, the idea of a very non-dualistic approach to perception. So perception and cognition, they are intertwined, they cannot be separated that easily. Second, visual thinking involves a form of thinking that is felt, embodied, and perceptual. So it's not just conceptual. With conceptual, I mean linguistic based. So it's not only about linguistic concepts. We think through felt qualities, embodied patterns of movement, of sensory motor experience. And this is the theme of embodiment, embodied cognition, which has been well addressed by Mark Johnson, also in relation to art. Importantly, especially when we talk about art, artists, they do something with all these felt qualities. They try to make organizations of it, configurations. It's all about relations. So it's a kind of intelligent organization of all these patterns of felt experience into what we can call meaningful forms or wholes. And this, I think, will become much more clear when I go into the case studies. And John Dewey, who was an American pragmatist philosopher, would call this kind of the logic of artistic construction. And it's this kind of logic that I think I will try to reveal and try to deconstruct using not linguistic means, but videographic means. The outcome or product of this logic is what we then would call a cognition or an idea or a thought. But when materialized, when expressed in a certain form, we can call it a painting, a building, a drama, or in our case, a film. And that's when we reach the level of expression, the expression of thought as a result of perceptual learning and visual thinking. So that was in a nutshell. I think these three authors, Rudolf Arnheim, Mark Johnson, and John Dewey, are really, really interested because they really described this notion of embodied visual thinking, embodied meaning making quite well. And let's now move on to the second question. What are then the traces of this visual thinking? What are traces of embodied meaning making in the arts, and what methods can we use to reveal those traces? And for analytical purposes, I will now here make a rough distinction between two modes of expression. This is a really broad distinction. On the left, you can see embodied meaning making in the fixed arts, so expression in the fixed arts, sculptures or paintings. And on the right side, you can see expression in time-based media, such as film. And the topic of embodied meaning making in the arts at the top, as I already described, was well addressed by Mark Johnson. And Mark Johnson, in turn, is inspired by John Dewey's art as experience. So first things first, let's first try to identify the traces of visual thinking, of embodied visual meaning making in the fixed arts. And that's where we really can turn to Rudolf Arnheim. And he introduced a really interesting concept of perceptual dynamics, because it's when we look at perceptual dynamics, and especially when these dynamics are put into a certain configuration, then we can have a sense of traces of visual thinking in fixed arts. And on the right side, I will talk about rhythm as a kind of similar interesting concept to trace meaning making in film. Left side, so expression in the fixed arts, trying to connect the concept of perceptual dynamics with meaning making, with expression. And this is where we can turn to Rudolf Arnheim. To quote Ellen Wiener, who is also a Gestalt psychologist of art, and not a Gestalt, but in general, more a general psychologist of art. I quote, Arnheim embraced the concept of similarity and believed that the structure of a work of art conveys emotions that we cannot help but see. What we perceive in pictures is dynamic. We see the motions, the weights, the forces, and these dynamic forces are what convey the emotional properties. To quote Arnheim, we call the movements of a dancer mournful not because we have often seen sad persons behave in a similar manner, but because the dynamical features of mourning are physically present in these movements and can be directly perceived. What is interesting is that the ability of seeing these expressive qualities in visual patterns is not only true for works of visual art, but it's true for also objects of nature. Think, for example, of a willing tree. But there is one fundamental difference. And this is well addressed by Arnheim. Works of visual art are made exclusively for being perceived, and the artist therefore endeavors to create the strongest, purest, most precise embodiment of the meaning that consciously or unconsciously he intends to convey. In great works of art, the deepest significance is transmitted to the eye with powerful directness by the perceptual characteristics of the compositional pattern. So basically this again relates to the activity of artists. They use felt qualities, they use patterns of sensory motor experience, and they're going to form something. They're going to form relations, configurations, compositions, and through those compositions, the concepts are revealing themselves. And in Arnheim's work, he offers really very nice and a lot of clear cases in which he analyzes the compositional patterns. And what I really find interesting is precisely the method that he uses. He uses this very schematic abstract visual diagrams to reveal this underlying configuration of perceptual forces as carriers of thought and carriers of meaning. So in this case, we have the topic or the theme of a mother taking care of a baby child, and this confinement, this carriness, is expressed through this curving line above this little child. So it's the compositional pattern that flashes out the central idea of the painting. And this is a connection between composition, perceptual dynamics, and content, concepts, ideas, themes that Arnhem analyzes through many, many examples. And it's really fascinating to see how he diagrams these connections. So we have many more examples. For me, it's just like a build-up towards my own videographic approach. Here an interesting quote again. An episode of human life is reduced to a configuration of visual forces which spells out the conflict diagrammatically. So what this sentence says is a relationship between events, story stuff, story content, episode of human life, and the connection with configuration of visual forces, a kind of unity created by the artist. Okay, so far that's the playground of painting, of fixed arts. Let's move into the realm of film. Of course, film is a little bit more complex. So far we have examined how visual forces function as carriers of meaning within works of art that present their perceptual content as coexisting in space. In film, of course, the objects of perception do not coexist in space, but rather constantly shift due to editing, camera movement, or the motion of objects within the frame. And this is, I think, where the concept of rhythm, which is also central in John Dewey's thinking, becomes a particularly useful concept since it allows us to account for how expressivity may emerge from what Plato famously defined as order within movement. This brings, of course, a new kind of challenge, a twofold challenge. First, how can we identify and define these different types of visual rhythm in film? And second, can we then also try to develop a way of diagramming these rhythms and these perceptual shifts that occur through these rhythms? Because these shifts may potentially embody, flesh out meaning. On the first question, this is very schematically. So roughly speaking, we can categorize 4 different types of rhythm. On the top, rhythm in stationary objects. Right side, editorial rhythm. Below, rhythm of camera movement. And we have also rhythm of moving objects. To the second question, then, how can we diagram those rhythms? This is where I introduce what I can then call like a videographic method. It's an animated form of diagramming. And for those who attended, I think, the first NeuroCine, back then I already introduced a little bit this method, but then I made animations simply with PowerPoint. So over the last years, I developed using software like DaVinci. You can use it. You can use keyframe animations to come up with a more refined videographic method that can help you revealing and diagramming all the movements and the changes and the rhythms, because then it becomes really interesting to see how we can use these animated building blocks to create rhythms and then to flesh out visual thinking. And this brings us to the last part. Let's try to illustrate it through case studies. I compiled 6 case studies, but please stop if I talk too much, because I can really keep continuing talking about the case studies. But let's start very easily with a very brief case study from a film called Days and Nights in the Forest by the Indian filmmaker Tacit. And I will always first start with presenting the event, the change of state, which is central for this specific scene. So in this case, man's confidence is being shattered by his encounter with a woman. So this is a clear event with a change of state. And how then can this be fleshed out at a very cinematic level? And this is where I'm going to show the first clip.
সেই কনফিডেন্স আর নেই আপনার থেকে থেতলে গিয়েছি
So it's a very short clip. I think it's only like 10 seconds, but it's really interesting to see how something abstract like the reduction of confidence. At first, the guy has a lot of confidence, but then we have this movement and we can diagram it very clearly when the female character is included. There is this asymmetry and he became really, really small. And we can then also have the linguistic evidence of the dialogue. And it all makes sense. So here we have a rhythm, a pattern that we can connect to the content of the story. And it's purely expressed in visual terms. Let's go a little bit more complex. This is a long take scene from Antonioni's Story of a Love Affair, and the title already suggests the content. So it's basically a scene expressing the tensions, the psychological dynamics between a man and a woman. It's not subtitled, but just look at the configuration of rhythm.
Non ci pensassimo più.
E poi? Anche tu dicevi che non si può continuare così.
Sì, ma...
Ma?
Poco fa la tua voce era così triste.
Se credi che mi faccia piacere.
E allora non farlo.
So we have an exit. Inclusion again.
Per me. Anche l'altra volta è stato per me.
Da solo non avrei mai potuto.
Allora la colpa è mia.
Now the woman excludes the male character. Again, the tension between off-screen, on-screen space.
Lei guardava verso di noi. E tu sei stato zitto. È per me che sei stato zitto? Ma faceva comodo anche a te. Tu l'hai uccisa. Tu l'hai uccisa.
And then a very aggressive entry of the male character.
È questo che pensi quando mi abbracci?
So it's a repetition of patterns, and the diagrammatical method really helps to unpack the thinking of the filmmaker. The female character is excluded again.
Anche stasera saremo in due.
And then we have an entry again. So it's in one single take. It's quite a complex rhythm that really, I think, is evidence for the kind of visual thinking beneath the scene. And if we try to unpack it, we can do that schematically. So we first have like three what we can call conceptual primitives. We have objects, characters, we have a container, the frame, and we have movement. Both the object and both the container can move, and this gives rise to a number of what we can call dynamic patterns of containment. A simple pattern such as exclusion, the camera excludes a character, enclosure, entry, inclusion. So these are the basic dynamic patterns of filmmaking, but when they are combined into more complex rhythms, then they can become very, very interesting for meaning making and for fleshing out themes of stories. Third example, third case study from Un Cœur en Hiver. This is the first case study involving editing. So the rhythm of editing becomes really important in this one. Story event, very not that difficult. Female violinist is distracted by a man sitting in the audience. So here we have the first cut.
Non, excuse-moi, Christophe. On reprend?
And it's a repetition of patterns. So there is alternation, there is space, there is duration.
Pardon.
The cutting becomes faster.
Non, j'y suis pas. J'y suis pas du tout.
Moi, je trouve que ça va, enchaînons.
So again, this is, I think, interesting editing. So there is this kind of a découpage. There are two personal containers, and there is this kind of tension created through a rhythm of editing using also the gaze line vectors. Let's go a little bit more complex. Fourth case study from Portrait of a Lady on Fire, also involving editing, but this time there will be also a very interesting crossover. One person in her container will move into the other. Story event, so what begins as a painter observing her subject turns into a shared gaze where model and artist exchange roles, reshaping the balance of power between them. So there will be a kind of reversal of power, really beautifully expressed in this scene.
Je n'arrive pas à vous faire sourire. C'est comme si j'avais l'impression de le faire et qu'il disparaissait. La colère finit toujours par gagner. Chez vous, c'est certain. Je ne voulais pas vous blesser. Vous ne m'avez pas blessé. Si, je le vois. Quand vous êtes ému, vous faites comme ça avec votre main. Vraiment. Oui. Et quand vous êtes embarrassé, vous mordez vos lèvres. Et quand vous êtes agacé, vous ne sciez pas. Vous savez tout. Pardonnez-moi, je n'aimerais pas être à votre place.
It's very meaningful.
Nous sommes à la même place.
Votre place, la même place.
Exactement à la même place. Venez ici.
Now she's invited to come over.
Venez.
Sound is acousmatic, and now it becomes visualized.
Approchez-vous. Regardez. Si vous me regardez, qui je regarde moi?
Subtle change of shot size.
Quand vous ne savez pas quoi dire, vous baissez la tête et vous touchez votre front. Quand vous perdez le contrôle, vous haussez les sourcils. Et quand vous êtes troublé, vous respirez par la bouche.
She loses control, goes back to her personal container. Then the cut, and she becomes very small. And this is, I think, brilliant example of visual thinking. So it started this, and at the end, we have this situation. And this is what I call a configuration. So this is a very meaningful whole created by this, creating these rhythms and these perceptual dynamics. In articles, I used to diagram it this way, and it's again still static. Of course, in journal publications, it's difficult to include animations, but I think the videographic method really, I think it's much more fascinating to highlight complex process of meaning making. One more example from Eric Romer's Le Conte d'Hiver. Simple story, a woman expresses her desire to return to Paris, but the man takes it badly. And let's now see how Eric Romer fleshes out this concept in, I think, what is a very brilliant scene.
Excuse-moi, je pensais pas te déplaire en disant que tu étais la patronne. C'est une question d'organisation, c'est tout.
Je rentre à Paris.
Quoi?
C'est décidé, je rentre à Paris.
Pourquoi? Dis-moi pourquoi? Qu'est-ce que tu as subitement contre moi?
Je n'ai rien contre toi de spécial. Rien n'est changé, sois sûr.
And now she moves to the other
Je t'aime
container.
toujours comme avant, ni plus ni moins.
Et alors?
Je ne t'aime pas assez pour vivre avec toi.
Assez. Ça veut dire quoi, assez?
Assez, assez. Je ne pourrais vivre qu'avec un homme que j'aimerais à la folie. Je ne t'aime pas à la folie, c'est tout.
C'est complètement fou ce que tu dis.
Oui, je sais. C'est fou d'aimer quelqu'un à la folie. Mais moi, je suis folle. Faut me prendre comme je suis. Tu ne vas pas te lier à une folle pour la vie.
Mais non, tu n'es pas folle.
J'étais folle de décider en 2 secondes de partir avec toi.
Tu as bien décidé en 2 secondes de t'en aller.
Oui, mais c'est pas pareil.
Je vois pas la différence.
Bien si, parce que... Quand j'ai pris ma première décision, je me suis décidée pour me décider. Je n'y voyais pas clair.
Et tu vois clair maintenant?
Oui, très clair. Jamais dans ma vie je n'ai vu aussi clair. Brusquement, les choses sont devenues claires. Voilà.
Tu as vu quoi?
Eh bien, ce que je t'ai dit, que je ne devais pas me lier avec quelqu'un que je n'aimais pas à la folie. Pour toi, ça c'est des mots, mais pour moi, c'est pas des mots. Je te dis pas j'ai compris, je te dis j'ai vu. Il n'y a pas à discuter, c'est comme ça.
Qu'est-ce que tu racontes? Je comprends rien à ce que tu dis.
Mais tu peux pas comprendre. C'est moi qui ai vu, pas toi. Lâche-moi.
Écoute.
Lâche-moi, tu fais mal.
Bien tant pis. Je me mets rarement en colère. Mais si je m'y mets, fais attention. Ce serait vraiment moche alors que tout allait si bien entre nous. Écoute, je crois que tu es fatigué. Je vais prendre une extra pendant 1 semaine. Même plus si tu veux. Tu t'occuperas plus du salon. Tu auras tout le temps pour t'installer confortablement ici.
Je rentre à Paris. Lâche-moi ou je cogne!
And he's back into his container. Separation again.
Excuse-moi, c'est physique. Je peux pas supporter qu'on me tienne de force, surtout aujourd'hui. Puisque je te quitterai de toute façon, quittons-nous au moins en amis. Je t'aime, mais pas dans ces conditions.
Mais dans quelles conditions? Les conditions, ça se change.
Je veux dire dans des conditions de définitif. Non, surtout t'approche pas.
Don't come near.
Donne-moi au moins une chose.
Still maintains the separation.
Je t'empêche pas de faire ce que tu veux. Mais attends au moins un peu. Donne-moi au moins cette marque de confiance. Je te parle pas d'amitié. Et encore moins d'amour.
Non.
And this is
Rien ne
where
servira
she
à rien,
includes
crois-moi.
the man.
Tu sais, je suis tout à fait honteuse de te faire ça. Ça va te mettre dans une situation très embarrassante. On va te poser des tas de questions.
Et alors?
Toi qui tiens tant à ta respectabilité.
Tu n'as qu'à pas partir.
Au contraire.
Still notice
tu
the
partiras,
separation
moi, il
in
y aura
between them, with the line, the flat space, and the background.
T'occupe pas de moi. Je dirai la vérité. Je dirai que tu as fait une dépression dont tu te sortiras bientôt. Dans 1 semaine, peut-être même dans 1 heure. Dépression ou pas, tu es fatigué. Qu'est-ce que tu comptes faire pour déjeuner? Et je t'invite au restaurant. Pas en face parce que c'est trop bruyant, mais... Tiens, je t'invite à la grignote, d'accord?
Lâche-moi, Max, me touche plus.
Bon. Je sors.
He excludes her. They're back again separated.
J'ai besoin de prendre l'air, moi aussi. Je peux pas dire que je t'empêche de faire ce que tu veux. Alors, je serai à la grignote. À tout à l'heure.
Yeah, so this was a little bit longer example, but hopefully it expresses the method, the videographic method quite well. It combines elements from the previous cases. And I have one last example, but I'm not sure if there's still time for it. Otherwise, I can skip this one.
Yes.
Okay, it's also a very brief clip from Heat, Michael Mann, very famous film. Story event. A man initially keeps his distance from a woman, but gradually opens up to her. And remember, opens up to her is here again fleshed out at the purely visual level.
Coffee, sir?
Pass the cream. Thanks.
What'd you get?
What?
What are you reading?
Book about metals.
Stress fractures in titanium. What kind of work you do?
Lady, why are you so interested in what I read or what I do?
I've seen you in this store from time to time.
What store?
Missy and Engels, I went there. If you don't want to talk to me, it's okay. Sorry I bothered you.
I didn't mean to be rude. I didn't recognize you. I work in metals. I'm a salesman. My name's Neil.
I'm 80.
You like working there?
Sure. I get a discount, and there's a whole section of books in my area.
What area is that?
Graphic design. I do letterheads and logotypes at night and stores a day.
No, it's only a very subtle change. I've seen this film many times, but only, I think, a couple of months back, I noticed this subtle camera movement, and I was intrigued because I could see the visual thinking behind it, and I wanted to make it visible through the diagrammatical method. So this was my last case study. I have a number of publications in transition for those who are interested in exploring more examples. And these are some references. And okay, I want to thank you. And I'm all open for questions.
Are there any questions in the audience? I actually have one question about the way you create those graphs. Is it automated or handmade?
Handmade. So for only like a single minute, it takes me a lot of time because it's all keyframe animation. So whenever I change an object, I have to change it a millisecond. So even for 3 minutes, that takes me like a weekend of work. So it's very time consuming, but I think there is potential for making this automatic, especially with AI these days.
I was also thinking that if this is automatic, it's possible to include large samples of films. And there are concepts in film theory, for example, male gaze, that sometimes...
Yeah, you can illustrate it.
Illustrate or study if there is a difference between inclusion and exclusion or shot sizes with female and male characters, etc.
Yeah.
Or if there is a change in this. Have you observed, many of your films are from 60s and 70s, have you observed change over time? Does it look like the more interesting concepts were used up during the 60s and 70s?
Yeah, definitely. I think there is a potential to analyze a lot of films from different genres, from different strands. Also to analyze intensified continuity. I think you could already see kind of difference, the pace, if you analyze films from the 40s, 50s, and you compare them then with cutting from contemporary cinema. You can make it quite visible, I think, with this diagram.
Because I have heard people complaining that films nowadays are just heads talking. So maybe if there is a larger body of work over years, it's possible to see if it actually is so. If there actually has been change that has been brought in by the streaming. That so many of the material that we watch nowadays is on small screens. So the smaller screens tend to have more close-ups and more dialogue and less movement.
Yeah.
Question in the audience. David.
Hi, Martin. It's David. How are you?
Good to see you, David.
Thank you for this presentation. I have one sort of comment and also a question. The comment was in the scene with the artist and her subject. Also at play there, you did mention the acousmatic sound, particularly of the footsteps, but the rhythms of the dialogue editing are quite striking in there. So there's two layers of rhythm happening. There's the rhythm of the dialogue constructed in editing, and there is the visual rhythm as well. So it's interesting to do an analysis that might show the intersection of how the images are the rhythms are overlapping in that kind of sense of motion and time. The other thing was about just sort of going back to visual thinking in time-based media, and thinking about the artist, thinking particularly about the cinematographer, how the cinematographer moves in various ways, right? Whether it's a physical movement, a zoom, all kinds of ways that you've addressed. How might this, and this relates to my talk tomorrow, how might this apply when looking at the visual artist who's doing stop motion animation work, where they are perhaps imagining a certain motion and a certain rhythm and a certain time base of what they're creating, but they're not working in that time base at all, right? I'm wondering if there's any theory behind that you've come across yet, or if you can see a way that you might in the future attempt to apply specifically to that case.
Yeah, interesting. I think on the first comment, I think you hit the mark. I think rhythm is a transmedial concept. And I simply illustrated some examples of visual rhythms, but we have rhythms in dialogue, in speaking, in sound. So the analyst should focus trying to connect these different layers of rhythm, and that will reveal, to unpack the connections, but also the way they can converge or not converge. That's also another level where meaning resides. And I only visualized and diagrammed the visual layer. And I think even with this tool, you could already see or highlight the importance of sound, when sound acousmatic, when it becomes visualized or not. But trying to have, to develop similar tools for unpacking, revealing rhythms of sound, of dialogue, and then have a more multimodal approach of diagramming things, that would be like the ideal toolbox. Also, I think for pedagogy, if you want to learn students how to create rhythms, how to create these meanings, then this would be a fabulous toolbox. As to the second question, that I think pertains to the difference in the kind of media that we work in. And it's interesting that, of course, when filmmakers and so of course, addressed also the work of Beatika and Ellen Lotman, embodied cinematography. These movements by Steadicam and all these different camera movements, they're really, really very, very embodied. And when we then turn to animation, or even graphic novels, or making these graphic novels is really interesting because it's somewhere in between. We create a sense of movement, but through a sequence of film stills. And I think at that level that we still, although it's on a different level because we are not making the movement, we are not moving with the camera, but nevertheless I think we use our prior embodied knowledge of movement in order to create these rhythms even in graphic novels or in animation. It's at a different level, but it's more like prior embodied knowledge that is there, and we use it to create it in that format. And of course, there are many theories in embodied cognition that would substantiate that claim.
Cool, thank you. One other thing I'm curious, I've used a tool in DaVinci where I can put a circle around a head and have it track, because I want to do a color effect around it or something like that. Is there a way of utilizing that, perhaps?
I also already explored that tool, I think also in DaVinci, but it was not that exact. It was not the level of accuracy that I wanted to achieve. And it's kind of ironic that that specific level of accuracy, I only get it with manual keyframe animation, and that's really work at the level of milliseconds. So you have to be really, really patient. So patience is a beautiful merit these days, a beautiful quality these days, but it definitely applies to this method. Without patience, you can't make these diagrams. But I hope AI, that it would save me a lot of time. I could have my weekends again if I could make these diagrams.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for your very interesting talk, and hopefully next time you can join us physically also.
Yeah, I really hope, because now it's all construction work. I'm very happy that you didn't hear the sounds. It was also acoustic, but it didn't enter your building there.
No,
I don't think
it
so.
didn't.
Okay, that's nice to hear.
Thank you.
No, and good luck. Enjoy the conference.
Okay, so this session we have another online talk by Anna Huth, Tacit Expertise and Heuristics in Film Crewing. So Anna will talk about how the tacit knowledge we have been speaking about previously is at work when producers put together film crews.
Hello, hi. First of all, thank you that it's possible to do it online. Actually, right now we're in the middle of our short film festival that we organize at the film school, and it's the last edition after 10 years that I'm coordinating. So I could not leave the team alone and just go, although I really wanted to, and I actually at some point might have been even planning. Let me share the presentation. Okay. Okay, so my name is Anna Huth. I'm from Kieślowski Film School in Katowice, and I wanted to present you something that I've been involved in since 2021, both professionally and academically. Something that happens constantly in the film industry, but is not so often formally studied, meaning deciding who gets hired for a film crew and who doesn't. And I'm not talking about big studio productions where we have some formal processes, but a more realistic, independent film reality where decisions have to be made fast, under pressure, with incomplete information, and very often with money that might not attract all the people we might have previously planned to hire. So my presentation is structured in 6 parts, and I start with the problem, why crewing decisions are actually hard. And then we walk through the research design. The research is right now still ongoing. We're financed by the Polish Film Institute. I will present you some preliminary fundings that we have, and that is the third part, what is good. So what actually good means in the context of hiring, and I will introduce a typology of 4 crewing heuristics. And then I'll also show you some support that we have. And then we'll go through, excuse me, because now when I'm sharing the presentation, it's over the slide. We're going through the results that we already have, the evidence that I was able to collect, not only through the research, but also a platform and below the line trainings that I do in Poland. And in the end, we will hopefully have some time for a Q&A, short Q&A session. And now I pressed the wrong. So the actual problem is a situation of a producer when they need, for example, a gaffer for a shoot that starts in 4 days because the gaffer that was planned officially for the project is for any reason out. And the first choice pulls out, the producer, the production manager in Poland has 3 names. With one of them, they worked briefly 2 years ago. The other 2 are recommended by people that they know. One is recommended by DOP and another one by another producer. And they have about 1 hour to decide. And this is not an unusual situation. And this is just a regular day. And very often we know that hiring below the line depends not only on people we know, but also on who will pick up the phone first. So the interesting thing is that experienced producers and production managers handle this well. We still have films made, and they're made professionally. They make a call. It's usually a reasonable call, and the production is able to move forward. But if you actually ask them how they made the decision, what was the decision logic, they often struggle. Since we already started with the interviews, we know it now also in the research. They struggle to be able to articulate how this process happened. And they just say, oh, you just know, or somebody voted for this person and this is how it works. So we wanted to go into what is under that you just know. So the study research is to get the answer to that question. We conducted structured qualitative interviews with producers and heads of department because very often the department is the members of the department are brought, the crew members are brought together with the head of the department. And it's the DOP that brings their focus pullers, that brings their assistants, that suggests the people that will work with them in the department. And production managers, since they are the key people in Polish film industry when it comes to collecting the crew members. The core instrument was, except of an interview, also something that was kind of an exercise. These participants were given a 2-candidate choice task, and they had pairs of candidates controlled so that only one dimension differed. We did not even differ the gender of the possible crew member because we did not want to measure the gender bias, but actually the choice of whether we go into the skill or we go into the safety. So the dimension that we changed was basically very often a photo of a person that we showed, and everything else was the same, except of the fact that one had strong technical skill or strong set conduct. And verified references, or maybe they had prestigious but unknown credits, especially IMDb credits that can be changed by us. We contact IMDb, or Film Polski credits, which is Polish version of IMDb, and they cannot be changed. They're made on the basis of final credits in a film. So in Poland, they're treated as a more reliable source of information. A known team fit versus technical superior, but unknown candidate. So that was the dimensions that we changed. And our goal wasn't to find the right answer. It was just to show the decision logic. What is weighted, what gets discarded, and when does social information maybe override technical information. Our preliminary observations suggest that across these pairs, hiring decisions consistently prioritize risk reduction and social predictability over maximal competence, even if this set conduct meant he or she comes exactly on time on set, but is unwilling to do any overtime or is unwilling to do anything that you before talk about. Still, the production managers preferred a candidate like that they know what to expect, than a candidate that was totally unknown. So the hiring of the safest person is already proven in what the results that we have right now. So what is this good? This brings me to the first major finding. When you ask experienced production managers what makes someone good at their job, in the crewing sense, not craft, you don't really get a very simple answer. What emerges instead is a construct. They say that good means something like technically capable enough, and I have to highlight the word enough, and predictable, and emotionally stable under pressure, and socially legible to the rest of the crew, because the conflicts with previous crew members are also extremely important in hiring decisions. Reliably responsive to communication, which doesn't mean very good at communication, but just reliably responsive, able to keep functioning when plan falls apart. So actually only one, the first one that I mentioned, technically capable enough, is something that we mention in our CV. This is the only one, only the first one, technical mastery, that I have on the list in front of you, is something that is captured by a CV. The other 5 are communicated through something entirely else, which is one of the problems why it's so hard for new people to get into our bubble of people working on film set. And on the other hand, we have crew members traveling from one set to another and sometimes sleeping just 4 hours between. And crucially, these dimensions that we have here are not really traded off against each other. And they're more like a minimum threshold system here. And candidate who fails emotional stability, for example, doesn't get compensated because he or she is great technically. So the social dimensions are act as a veto conditions. So how does this information travel? How does a producer find out that the candidate is emotionally stable or has a good set of conduct if we don't put that on our CV and we don't really run set of interviews with a couple of candidates before employing somebody on a film set? The answer is micro-evidence, which mostly is very small signals. So things like, I heard that on the Krakow shoot, he or she completely held it together. This is a quote from one of the interviews. I heard that on the Krakow shoot, he completely held it together when the lead director walked off. Sometimes it's reputation fragments, so not full references, just partial impressions. Prior set encounters. Sometimes it's something we ourselves, production heads of departments, observed. They were on set together, even briefly, and they formed something. Recommendation lineage. This one is actually crucial because it's not only important who recommends, but also it's not only what is the recommendation, is it good or bad, but also who recommends someone's. And it's as valuable as what they say. At the moment, we're dealing with a situation where a lot of people can get recommendations from others, especially formal recommendations lose value because there is a tendency, if somebody asks us for recommendation, that we do not refuse and that we write a good recommendation. Nobody gives somebody who asked for a recommendation a bad recommendation. So right now, in the film industry, written recommendations were never a thing. And this is something that actually makes it possible for our participants of the interviews to get real recommendations, so spoken recommendations. Which in general is very interesting of what happens to the recommendation, what happens to the recommendations letters in the last 10, 15 years. in general, also in academia. So a recommendation from someone whose judgment you trust is a completely different signal than some words from someone we don't know. And then finally, risk-relevant anecdotes, and those are stories specifically about moments of failure, sometimes conflict, which are very useful stories diagnostically in professional networks. So based on the interview data, we proposed a typology of 4 crewing heuristics. And those are very shortcut strategies that experienced decision makers use, often without being fully aware that they do. So the first one is competence by proxy. When you don't have direct evidence of someone's competence, so you borrow the credibility of the person who recommends them. And a strong referrer transfers the trust. And this is a social psychology phenomenon of shining with reflected light. This is extremely common, and it's also rational. But of course, it means that it's very dependent on the bubble, who knows whom, who can be recommended by whom. And that shapes the exclusivity of people working on a film set even more. The second one is stability heuristics, and that is reading punctuality or responsiveness to messages, stories about past crisis behavior, for example. Sometimes producers aren't asking if somebody is technically skilled, but they're reading signals like, oh, will this person hold it together if we have a problem, if something goes wrong? The third is friction forecasting. Experienced decision makers mentally model some likely interpersonal dynamics of crew before they hire them. And they're asking, like, how much conflict is this person likely to generate? And sometimes a candidate with strong credits might not be hired because of that possible cost of friction if the friction comes. And that's something that is very interesting, and we would like to follow that maybe in another research because it kind of shows that we want strong personalities in film industry, but not in all positions. We are able to live with strong director, even if there is a high friction potential. In Poland, also with a strong cinematographer, because we're an industry with a cult for cinematographers. But this is not something we are willing to do and expect from set designers, for example, or editors. So this is something we would like to follow up on, and we're already preparing our application for the next funding to also go this way. And the fourth is trust compression. Under acute time pressure, the search actually sometimes collapses to people who we know that they worked with others already. So we kind of start asking people who we already have in the crew to suggest others, and it's kind of very emergency kind of employment. So we created decision trees, and here I have a very simple version. I'm not as good in PowerPoint as I hoped I will be. So to make this more concrete, we kind of work with visual representations, and we've been building such trees like I'm showing you, derived from the transcripts of the interviews. This is the basic logic. So the first question is there a known candidate available? If yes, then the trust compression kicks in. Like, we hire directly, no discussion. If no, then there is an activation of recommendation network and competence by proxy. And at every branch, stability signals and this forecasting of possible friction is always a filter. So this is something that always filters the next decisions in that tree. And it's very simplified for illustration. The full trees that we created from the interviews we already conducted are much messier and more branched, and more context dependent as well, because that's also very important. Who's paying, which money we're using? Is it public money? Is it commercial shoot? But the structural pattern is consistent across all the participants. So what is interesting maybe is that when you map these trees, you see that the most decision paths converge on social variables before technical. So technical assessment happens, of course, but it happens after social pre-filtering. So first we filter for social, then for technical. So you don't assess someone's camera skills if they've already been flagged, as you know, if they've already been red flagged, maybe in this way. For the research accept of interviews, we've also been using our platform, and we've created the platform for crew members in Poland. We started with emerging crew members in 2023, and right now it's the biggest crewing platform in Poland. It's being developed with the support of Polish Film Institute, of course. And it's a space where crew members create their profiles and companies can post job ads, although we know that this is not how the industry works. So it's basically just profiles. It's like a big Wikipedia with people working in Poland on film sets. Very simple design, very easy to make. So over the 18th month period from April 24 till September 25, because these are the results I'm presenting you from that period, the platform grew significantly. Right now we have, because I was checking before logging in, we have 797 or 96 crew members registered in the platform, and 221 companies. So what is interesting is, I guess what is interesting is who joins the platform. So as you see, the most popular are the heads of departments, director, editor, DOP, producer. However, we also have crew members. So we have camera operator, first AD, screenwriter. The platform is growing in this direction because those are actually the people that work on projects that are being realized and don't come with their own project. So I think even more relevant, I guess, result from us running the platform are the co-occurrence of the data. When you look at which roles appear together in the same user profile, meaning one person claims competence in multiple areas, there is a very specific pattern. The most common pairing, obviously, is camera operator and director of photography. These two roles have a well understood career progression relationship. The second most common is director screenwriter, which is still very common for Central and Eastern Europe. The auteur model, then the assistant producer with junior producer, the first assistant, camera assistant, and camera operator, and first AD with a director. So this kind of tells us that professional identity in film industry is not singular. People inhabit multiple roles and they move between them. So they present themselves with various hats, if I'm already making fun of my own name. This has, of course, direct implications for crewing, because when producer knows someone as a camera operator, they may not know them also to have ambitions to be a cinematographer. So the social knowledge is partial, and the tacit assessment is based on incomplete picture of the person's actual capabilities, especially when it comes to emerging filmmakers. So this is exactly the gap that the recommendation systems and maybe hopefully in future also platform design will address. So there is one more finding from the platform data. I will just go through it very quickly, but my team believed it is statistically and analytically significant. So the activity rate defined as users who have been active in the last 4 weeks, which has dropped a lot in the period that I'm showing you, and that's a significant decline. And you could read this as a product failure, but it's actually a structural signature of how film production works. People register before a project. They use the platform intensively for a period when looking for a project, working for a project, crewing. Then they disengage until the next project. And we all know crewing is episodic, seasonal, and project triggered, and it's not something continuous. This is why subscription, paid platforms, and so on, things like Crew United, do appear from time to time, but they are not something that will ever be the leader on a film market. So the retention, they actually, the data from Crew United shows that they only exist thanks to payments of actors. So the retention data from the platform mirrors also the heuristic data from the interviews. People invest in maintaining professional visibility and network when they need to crew or to be crewed. And outside those windows, the network goes quiet. So creative roles like directors, producers, editors show about 20% higher retention than technical roles. And that also maps onto the interviews findings. Creative and managerial roles maintain longer term involvement because their professional horizon is longer. A gaffer thinks project by project, and a producer thinks slate by slate. So let me briefly situate this in a theoretical literature. Klein's recognition of prime decision model, where we have experts in high stakes environments that don't evaluate options, they pattern match. Polanyi's concept, we know more than we can tell. And that is our epistemological frame. So set behavior, interpersonal chemistry. Very often we hear in the interviews the word chemistry. The read you form from a 2-minute interaction on a previous shoot. This is a knowledge that resists things like CVs. We also have ecological rationality. Meaning that the shortcuts are not, as we know, shortcuts are not for the lazy. They're just, they make us able to function. And they are adaptive tools. We live in the real world. It would be great if we could just read books at home in bed and from time to time crew a project. But mostly if we read books in bed, we don't get to crew projects. And then Granovetter, that gives us the network structure, so the information that matters in crewing decision, and that travels through weak ties, and that's very important. So not the closest colleagues, but the extended professional network. And that's something that is also now showing up also in the results that we have. It's very interesting. Most of the jobs we get not through our closest network members, but through those that we met once. So which brings me to the central claim of this research is that crewing is a safety critical social engineering process. So producers are not asking who's the most technically capable. They're asking who is the least likely to cause a failure, to cause drama, who is the safest bet, given what I know, what I can pay, what I've heard. So risk reduction and social predictability consistently outweigh maximal competence. And once you see it in that way, a lot of things in the industry that's irrational or nepotism, it actually starts to make sense. So they're not bugs in the system, they're the features of safety, critical environment, adapting to uncertainty that we have on sets. So what does this mean practically? For the platform design, a platform should support recommendation, obviously. So it should not only be a system where you put your credits, but a system where you can have recommendation system. For education, we need to teach young professionals how to behave on set, how to communicate under pressure. So things that we actually don't really teach at film schools because we focus on their skills. But it would be great if they were prepared, because not all of them have this ability, learn that at home. How to communicate under pressure, how to manage friction, how to build a reputation through contact. And it would be great if we could formalize that at film schools and not only leave it for the students themselves to discover it when they do their first short film, and then the second short film after the first year, they have problems to find crew members. And for the research, as I said, this is preliminary work. We will continue this research. The end of the research is planned for end of 2026. And this is something that we are hoping to conclude in September and then just focus on writing it up. So these are my final references, and I wanted to thank you for the time. I know it's not so easy to listen to people online. It's better when somebody's in person. So I'm very happy to push back on any of this. It's an early work, as I said, but it is the empirical base that is still growing. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Are there any questions from the audience or comments? I have one question. What you talked about, for me, does confirm many other studies in tacit decision-making also. And the Wiedler's paper that I quoted earlier speaks about how scriptwriters make tacit decisions, and they say, it is said that rather than calculating a completely rational and precise solution in a sequential matter, which could prove costly to the organism if the solution is too slow in arriving, the brain essentially switches to all systems go mode, and different modules simultaneously evaluate the element of the stimulus. So there is a number of quick decisions made by different systems in the brain, and then it comes up as some kind of gut feeling. But I was interested, when you speak about future possible developments, do you foresee, is there a difference between the size of the industry? In Estonia, we have a very small industry, everybody knows everybody. In Hollywood, the industry is huge, so the ways of people making these decisions about who is safe to hire and who is and who can be complicated in which positions is probably quite different.
That's a very good question. We like to believe that we are a small industry and everyone knows one another. But that's true, still Poland is on a different scale. It all depends. Right now we have funding from Polish Film Institute. This research is actually pretty costly. people that are participants in our interviews are people that do not reply to emails. And we do find them on festivals and get 15, 20 minutes to work with them there on a go. It is a huge problem later on in transcript. However, I think it would be interesting. The question is, should we make it on a European level and then still talk about how we hire, or should we look overseas and check the systems that are more commercial? Because European cinema, although our countries have different sizes, is very similar when it comes to what we expect from a film. Sorry. So it's not in our plans. It's something that would first need to be discussed, how wide we would like to do it and why. Because I think that just the size of the country, I don't know if this would be something that we would take into consideration. I guess we would rather go in a way of Europe and America.
Thank you, Anna. The talk was very interesting, and I hope that when the study is finished, the recommendations that film schools can take in account will come, and we'll be able to implement them here also. Thank you very much. And a last talk of this session before we go to coffee break is Ali Mehdipur. He's also online due to travel constraints. Ali's talk is titled The Neuro-phenomenological Investigation of the Subjective Correlative Intercut. Hello, Ali, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you so much, and it's my pleasure to be with you. Thank you for your invitation, and thank you for your trying. I know you are it was too hard for you to make it possible for me to be with you physically, but virtually I'm here. It's my pleasure. And as you told, my name is Tallinna Mehdipur. Today, I would like to talk about the subjective correlative intercut and the possibilities these cinematic techniques creates for abstract thinking. I will also discuss how, through this phenomenon, a particular state of experienced freedom can emerge in the viewer's brain. I would like to invite you to take a part in a brief, engaging experiment before the talk begins. And you will watch 2 clips. And between each clip, you will have 10 seconds to write down 1 or 2 words based on what you inferred from the clips. And please play the clips. Thank you.
بریم یه بار دیگه از میزان 33. امیدوارم بار آخری باشه تکرار میکنیم. شما کم استراحت کنید. کل ارکستر هم بعد از ورود نوازنده سولیست یه مقدار صدا پایین‌تر. بریم اون از اول رفت.
Please write or memorize your words.
شما کم استراحت کنید. کل ارکستر هم بعد از ورود نوازنده سولیست یه مقدار صدا پایین‌تر. بریم اون از اول رفت.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen with you. Yeah. This is, I mean, this one. This slide. Yeah. This is likely the activity of your brain regions. You know, you will watch, actually you will watch 3 distinct temporal phases here. Before the presentation of the intercut, during the presentation, and after it. And the most important thing for me is about the delta band frequency during the intercut. The data were extracted by subtracting the brain activity recorded during the second clip from that of the first clip. I mean, this protocol allowing us to isolate only the differences attributable to the subjective correlative intercut. Subsequently, a statistical significance was determined, and the significant data are marked with an star at the bottom of each topo plot. You can see it here, here, and here during the intercut. The most important observation in these topo plots is the activation of delta band frequency during the watching the clips. And it's the discovery of this investigation. I will tell more about it. But what is the meaning of intercut actually? The determinism of narration in the audience's mind is disrupted by the subjective correlative intercut, giving rise to a sense of metaphoric unfolding space that awaken the viewer's mind as both an exploratory and extractive process simultaneously. This can be understood as a mental experience that activates the spectator's capacity for self-interpretation of the film's flow, while also integrating personal lived experience into the framework of cinematic narration. Within the context of mirror neuron systems and their role in embodied simulation, Neuro-phenomenology enables the analysis of the underlying mechanisms of this process. Intercut should be understood as a specific editing device that employs an independent, non-diegetic shot, enabling the suspension and interruption, the pause of the dominant narrative flow. In doing so, it expands the filmic world and opens up the structure of narration. In this sense, intercut breaks the linear flow of the narrative and opens up space for multiple meanings and new interpretation. Therefore, it is necessary at this point to clarify the central question and primary objective of this research. And as you see, the key question is which EEG band frequencies are activated by the function of the subjective correlative intercut, or SCI, during film watching, and what are the cognitive and perceptual consequences of this activation in the viewer's mind. So, for these questions, the objective of the investigation emerged to identify the correlation between patterns of brain activation and the viewer's creative cognitive process as elicited by the subjective correlative intercut. And to achieve these, two main data collection methods were required. Therefore, questionnaires and EEG recording were employed. The questionnaire allowed me to understand what was being consciously reported by the participants. Likewise, EEG enabled me to observe the activity of specific brain regions within the time window that was relevant to my analysis. By aligning these two data sets, it becomes possible to examine the correlations between the intercut structure, changes in neural activity, and the viewer's subjective experiences. For this study, 8 4-minute film clips were produced by professional filmmakers and organized into two blocks. Both blocks share the same narrative, with one key difference. The second block includes a subjective correlative intercut, allowing for direct comparison between the two conditions. The order of the blocks was randomized for the participants. It's important for me. I will say why. Actually, after each clips, participants had a 5 minutes interval to complete a questionnaire specifically designed for this experiment. You can see different type of question we combined together for this questionnaire, and different things we did. And the questionnaire was administered across 4 different cities with a total of 56 participants taking part in the study. It went through full international validation procedures according to internationally approved protocol before being implemented. The data from 448 questionnaires, 8 per participant. I mean, each participant filled 8 questionnaires. Were analyzed using MATLAB and SPSS and statistical tests as well, and so on. And this is the result of the questionnaire. You can see here the orange represent the eclipse with subjective correlative intercut, and the blue one represents the eclipse without intercut. As can be seen, all measures related to imagery, mental visualization, personal interpretation, perceived freedom, actually, and pleasantment show a significant increase in the intercut condition. In addition, the analysis indicate that the use of subjective correlative intercut, or SCI, is also associated with an increase in abstract thinking. You can see it here. It shows that. For the EEG recording, 22 male participants aged between 18 and 35 years old, all of them were right-handed and with university education ranging from bachelor's to PhD level, were selected through convenience sampling. Before viewing the eclipse, each participant completed a 3 minutes resting state recording with eyes open and closed eyes, and other things. And the experiment was showed by the MATLAB Psych Toolbox. This is a plugin of the MATLAB, and so on. And during the stimulus presentation, EEG signals were recorded using a 32-channel system at a simple rate frequency of 512, and so on. So to identify the neural correlates of this form of metaphorical thinking and to examine the effects of intercut editing on brain activity, the EEG data were first processed in MATLAB for both conditions, I mean, with intercut and without intercut, and analyzed using the, we used t-test and p-value to understand what happened, actually. This analysis was then expanded and extended across all clips to assess the overall effect of subjective correlative intercutting. And it is important to note that the significant activity observed in topoplots maps reflects the statistical differences between the two conditions across the full sample, I mean 22 participants. You can find it here. And it is, finally, I can say that all results were examined within 3 temporal windows: before the 40-second intercut interval, during the intercut presentation, and after the intercut period until the end of each clip. EEG results show that during the intercut presentation, significant changes were observed. You can see the stars here. But the most important part, in the delta band, the most pronounced increase appeared across the cortex. Here you see, with a stronger focus on the central parietal regions. Here, in the gamma band frequency, here, increased activity was mainly observed in the occipital region of the brain, while in the alpha band frequency, a significant decrease in activity was found. Traditionally, increased delta activity has been associated with deep, dreamless, non-REM sleep, a state of minimal consciousness. In another word, I can say it can be a coma. However, more recent research has expanded this view. It has been shown that delta activity can also be linked to higher level cognitive function, such as computational processing and other complex cognitive operation. And in addition, the delta band is considered to play a role in synchronization of emotional responses. As Costa and his colleagues told, delta activity is modulated by emotional states with increased coordinated activity between the right and left frontal lobes, particularly during the experience of sadness. But we can find another kind of emotions and find delta band frequency activation as well. Actually, the findings in the delta band suggest that the increased synchronous activity in the central, parietal, and occipital regions during the intercut condition is significantly correlated with the depth of emotional impact experienced by the audience. One possible, this is actually, we need more evidence to say that, but one of the possible interpretation is that by enhancing data activity, intercuts may generate deeper emotional engagement. This intensified lived experience allows viewer to freely interpret and reconstruct meaning based on their own memory, ultimately creating a sense of individual freedom in processing and understanding the subjective correlative intercut structure. To examine the relationship between the experience of freedom and brain activity during the intercut condition, post-intercut functional connectivity was analyzed. The result, I will show you the result. Yeah, this is the result. The results showed significant synchronized connectivity in both the alpha and the data frequency bands at the cortical level. You can find here, this is a delta here, and also alpha. Okay. Based on these connectivity patterns, it appears that the subjective correlative intercut condition engage cortical regions in both hemispheres associated with higher evolutionary development in human. In particular, I can say that, but what what we need is fMRI experiments. This is my hypothesis. Actually, I'm saying. Increased activity from these regions that you will see and hear was observed in the angular gyrus and the superior lateral regions of the parietal cortex. You know that. Angular gyrus is somewhere near here. Is related to the matter of metaphor and metaphorical thinking or metaphor making of the brain. So it can be one of my hypotheses. Actually, in both the right and left hemisphere, we can find it, and also here you can find another place that is related to the intercut, and it can be the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex that is related to the art and inference and so on. And delta band frequency surprised me because nobody, as far as I understand and I know, had seen something like this. This is the discovery that I can share with you. And for the last word as the conclusion, I want to say something about the usage of intercuts in different academic era. And I want to read it. In today's highly tense world, where conflict increasingly unfolds as a battle over the narrations, what comes under threat is the very capacity for thought itself. Cinema, as an extension of the brain, operates through a lively, interactive, and embodied mechanisms, and thus holds a significant potential to shape modes and methods of thinking. Considering the present study, neurophenomenology should be regarded as a necessary framework for academic training, enabling the development of applied insights for the art of cinema. The observation of delta wave patterns, the flash of surprise, and the unfolding of metaphor of meaning together point toward the dynamic role that film and cinema can play in shaping the future. Okay, it's over, and thank you for your time. I want to say something. Actually, I want to say thank you for all of you and your time and your attention. And I want to say that about my country. Best wishes for my country and for my people, Iran and Iranian. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ali.
Thank you, Ali, for making the effort to come and present your work. You presented already 2 years ago, right? With our conference.
For this conference or
the last one? Last one.
Yes.
Yes, it was 2 years ago, right? You were here in person. Yes.
The second International NeuroCine conference. Yeah.
Yes, so thank you for your presentation.
Are there any questions from the audience? I have one question. The intercut material that you used for the study was created for the study. Have you studied intercuts which are already existing in films where there is a similar scene and the metaphorical cut within the scene is made by the director and the editor?
Thank you for your question. It's a great question because we have a lot of discussion about this matter. Actually, Eisenstein can be a figure. We can execute experiments for his works. But the most important thing for me, we had to control all the elements, and we had done it by myself. But as far as I know, no, not yet. And it can be a great suggestion for other experiments. to use director.
This one question, Larissa.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Quick question, because there was a lot of information and you went a bit fast through the qualitative part of the research. So what kinds of questions were you asking? Can you tell us a bit about how you organized the qualitative questionnaire? Because there were some keywords that were presented in the slides, in the graphs, but how was it asked of the subjects? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. A qualitative questionnaire, as I understand, yes? Yes.
Yes.
Actually, it was the previous conference. I'd spoken about it. Yeah, we use qualitative data analysis for understanding what is the core idea of each participant. They wrote for us, and we analyzed it. And it is interesting for me because we find that the word freedom and fly more than others repeated. And actually, these words guide me to the freedom as the core concept of this investigation. But about the categorization, if you want to know, we used embodied, CMT, conceptual metaphor theory, came from Lakoff and Johnson, and use it to categorize different kind of intercut and analyze it by descriptive analytical analysis. It seems a little bit complicated to say that, but we have 4 categories. Imaginative, synergetic, that one you've seen before, abstract, and metaphoric or something like that. Based on the work of Lakoff and Johnson on embodiment, and also Vittorio Golizzi on embodiment simulation. So we use it, and also a spreading activation theory can help us to improve this answer. Unfortunately, I couldn't find time to say about it, and I strongly suggest you, please, if it is possible for you, see the previous conference and the things I told.
Thank you, Ali. We do have the recordings of the previous presentation. So and also, is this study published already? So if somebody is interested more in the methods.
Not yet. We are working on it to publish. It's too hot, actually. It's the newest part of my investigation, and I hope it will be published soon.
Thank you, Ali.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great time. Bye-bye.
And best wishes for your country.
So
thank you so much,
yes.
Professor Tika.
Yes.
We have a little coffee break, stretch break.
Yes,
there is sun
break.
outside.
Yes.
And we return in about half an hour or 35 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't beg, I bless her.
Okay, clock is ticking. Clock is ticking, and our fantastic series of talks will continue with Aalto University neuroscientist Iiro Jääskeläinen will give us a talk on how films changed research in social science. Welcome, Iiro.
Oh, thank you so much, Pia, and thanks so much for this invitation. It's not the first time I'm here at this conference series. And okay, the title is How Films Changed Research in Social Science. Originally it was something a little bit more modest, but then Pia told me, Iiro, you have to be more bold with the title. So, okay, now we have this one. And I'm Iiro Jääskeläinen, I'm from Aalto University. And okay, let's see if I can switch the slides. Yes, technology works wonderfully here, a lot better than in Aalto University, even though it's a university of technology, but it doesn't help us, and I'm so glad to be here. Here you can see Aalto University, for those who haven't been there. It's located on a beautiful peninsula right next to Helsinki, even though it's not in Helsinki, it's in Espoo. And we have great facilities in Aalto University. We have facilities for behavioral and autonomic nervous system measurements. And I want to mention this first, even though I'm a neuroimaging person, but it's so important to get these additional measures. I've always been stressing, as well as Pia actually, that if we have the film, we know what's going on in the film. We have the brain measures, we know what's going on in the brain, but we don't know, how did they get the film, how did they respond, how did they feel, and so on. If we don't have that individual variability, then we don't have the complete picture. And so it's really important to have these behavioral measures. Then we have fMRI, which is research-dedicated fMRI machine, simultaneous EEG capability. We have whole head MEG with simultaneous EEG capability. We have a powerful computing cluster, so that since there's development of computational algorithms on the side, we're not limited by lack of computational power. So just to give you a little bit of background, films and neuroimaging. Now I should play the video. Yes, thank you.
5 more past due notices.
Don't worry, I'm handling it.
How? How are you handling this?
Can I please finish my sandwich?
Have you seen our checking account lately? We're broke. And then we have the mortgage payment coming up. We have property taxes.
Gabby, it's gonna be okay.
No, it's not. We are seriously screwed. And I am freaking out that you're not freaking out.
Look, things will...
And this is just a short piece from a stimulus that we used in one of our recent studies. And as you can see, it's a very complex stimulus. So even in this still frame, you have a multitude of different stimuli that bombard the brain. There are envelopes, different colors, materials, table, human bodies, face, teeth, lips, chin, text. And if we also look at the more holistic picture, there's the interior space, the room. That's also one feature of this single frame. And then across time, of course, we have social interactions, dynamic movements, and so on. So for a long time, it was thought that it's not possible to actually, well, I mean, you can measure the brain activity, but this is not possible to make sense out of it if you use complex stimuli like movies. But the savior for fMRI and any neuroimaging method is that any given voxel or brain locus responds to limited number of stimuli in movies, and specific stimuli temporarily are temporarily dispersed in movies. So in this sense, you can then, with computational analysis tools, tease out of what there is in the movie and how it affects the brain. And I already mentioned in the beginning that the behavioral experience sampling methods are super important. So if you're interested, please take a look at this publication. It's still quite timely, even though it's dated in 2022. Here's one example of such methods. You can see not a movie, but a short audiobook segment there. It says, after opening the curtains, I felt considerably more awake. The light that was flooding in told me the spring had advanced. I turned around and headed towards the bedroom door. And so we split this audiobook into these short segments, which is now indicated, one example is indicated with the red color, and headed towards the bedroom door. And then we asked the subjects, what were you thinking about when you heard this particular segment? Can you make a list of words that first, describe what first came to your mind when you heard this segment while your brain was scanned? And here you can see some similarities and differences between experimental subjects. So subject number 3 is reporting doorknob walking brown. Subject number 15, bedroom walk doorknob, and they are quite close to one another. But subject number 6 is self-reporting television home soap opera. So that subject is pretty far removed from the others. And based on this, we can calculate this similarity matrix, and then we can look across all pairs of subjects. How does the similarity in subjective reports go hand in hand with similarity in brain function? And we can, in this publication in 2019, we found certain brain regions, angular gyrus, also visual cortex, probably because the audiobook elicits visual imagery, and then supramarginal gyrus. And the audiobook that we used in this study was quite short. Also, the number of subjects was quite low, so I was suspecting, we have a lot under the threshold, and this really is the case. So this is still unpublished findings with a longer narrative, 71-minute audiobook, higher number of subjects. We had 50. In the other study, we had like 14. And a wider set of areas involved in individual interpretation of narrative semantics was then seen. As you can see in these figures, we do see the same as in the previous slide, but also we see a host of other brain regions varying across all the subject pairs with the individual interpretation. So then, going on to how films have given possibilities for social sciences, let's put it that way. Maybe someday films will actually change how social science research is done. Very much looking forward to it. So in the first case, we did a study where we tried to answer the question, is perception of social interaction shaped by knowledge of genetic kinship? And we know that there's this kinship premium effect, which is willingness to exert more effort on behalf of kin versus emotionally as close others. And there are these behavioral demonstrations of the effect by a number of investigators, including our collaborator, Professor Robin Dunbar at Oxford University. But these results have been inconclusive because they're based on behavioral studies. And so what we did in collaboration with Robin was that we showed a movie where there were two sisters. One of them is sick with cancer, the other one is to donate her kidney to save her. And we told that the sisters, on two different runs, we told that the other genetic sisters or one of the sisters was adopted at young age. And then we used something called intersubject correlation analysis, where we take each brain location from each subject, and one brain location at a time. We extract the brain activity time course, and then we simply calculate the correlations between pairs of subjects and take the average. And we get intersubject correlation map of the brain this way as we go through, one walks a lot of time. There are different ways to do this. You can use bootstrapping. You can also take a leave one out procedure. But this is what we've been using quite often. And it was first used by Uri Hasson's group in 2004. They published a very nice article in Science. And of course, here in this specific case, where we're interested in contrast between the genetic versus adopted sisters. So first of all, other than brain measures, didn't show any between condition differences. So genetic or adopted didn't seem to make any difference. So after the experiment, 90% of the subjects self-reported that genetic relationship was not relevant for them. We failed to find any differences in intersubjective correlation of eye movements, self-reported emotional valence and arousal, and heart and breathing rates. And also we ran an implicit association test to see if adopted sister and genetic sister would show some implicit bias against the adopted sister or the other way around. Okay, this was done in a separate sample of 30 subjects, but still there was no such effect. But there were robust differences in the sort of correlation of brain activity when watching genetic versus adopted sisters. As you can see here in this brain, the lateral surfaces of the brain, the warm colors depict the areas where the brain activity was more similar when the experimental subjects were watching the genetic sisters, and the cold colors depict the brain areas where the brain activity was more similar when they were watching the adopted sister on the film. And when we look at the medial surfaces of the brain, then you can see even more robust difference. So how to interpret this? We thought that even though subjects are poorly aware of it, but somehow when they're watching genetic sisters, this moral dilemma is processed more similarly. And when one of the sisters is adopted at a young age, then maybe they go into more individualistic ways to process the social interactions, especially in these areas that have something to do with self-reflection, have something to do with social cognition theory of mind. Activities. So anyways, for social sciences, this is an interesting result because it goes far beyond the questionnaire-based behavioral results that have been obtained in the previous studies on Kinsey Premium. Case number 2, mutual understanding. This is not film, this is actually audiobook, but it could also be film design. Here we took a different approach. So people raised and living in a shared cultural environment tend to share similar knowledge, experiences, beliefs, values, attitudes, and social habits. And our question was, does shared ethnic, cultural, family background shape processing of natural connected speech? Before going forward with this experiment, I was told, no, I mean, you're probably not going to find anything because, even though the family background is different, but still, everybody was raised in the same environment. So, but okay, I had this feeling that probably there might be something there. And actually, I was right. So we had subjects, 24 residents of Finland with Finnish family background and 24 residents of Finland with Russian family background. So either or both parents were Russian. All were fluent in Finnish, so I would say native language level, even though we looked at different definitions of native language and so on. It's actually a little bit murky waters. And we decided to use the term fluent. And all participated in these different experiments, and I'm going to show the fMRI and behavioral results in the following. I should add that this is not a representative sample of either Finnish or Russian Finnish populations. This is rather basic research. Since we ran the study, we have had tensions increasing in the political landscape. So it makes this a little bit sensitive design, potentially sensitive design. So we had this fMRI experiment, so in 10 runs, because we used ultra-fast imaging sequence and experimental sequence, and the scanner cannot actually run for many minutes in a row. The good thing is that we get the whole brain in 0.1 second, but then the amount of data is just quite extensive, and so it had to be gotten in about 7-minute run. So it's a 71-minute narrative and 10 runs, and we get these time courses for each brain location. And we can calculate these intersubject correlation measures for the Finnish background subjects and for the Russian background subjects, and we can contrast between them. Also, afterwards, they listened again the narrative. It was stopped at 100. It was divided into 101 segments, and they were again producing these words that describe what was on their minds at those stop points, and then we can calculate these similarities, differences between subjects in terms of how they understood the story. And here you can see some of the behavioral findings. So the cultural family background shaped narrative interpretation in terms of these self-reports. Here you can see the number of narrative sections where the semantic similarity when the associated words was more similar among. In blue, subject with Finnish cultural family background, so there were 12 segments. 44 segments showed that the subjects with the Russian culture, family cultural background were more similar, and no differences between groups in 45 segments. Then looking at the brain, of course, we get some interesting additional ideas. So you can see that there are differences between groups in a number of different types of areas. And now this is a little bit a reverse inference, but temporal areas, we see differences there. So this could indicate that there are sentence and word level semantic processing differences. Precuneus, we know that precuneus has to do with following of the narrative. So it's narrative level processing differences, and then occipital cortices, so that most obviously might be differences in the visual imagery that the audiobook elicited. And then we looked at some background variables, whether they predict some of the effects, and actually the biggest predictor was the social identification. So we just simply ask, how Finnish do you feel you are, how Russian do you feel you are, and there's variability, of course, and this is actually makes sense in terms of social psychology. But the level of Russian language command really, didn't predict. I mean, we were a little bit surprised about that. Basically, these results are really nice in that our results show that it is important to really understand this, even though these people have. Even though individuals grow up in the same environment and they have the same native language, still based on their ethnic cultural background, they might understand some things a little bit differently, and this is important to take into account when communicating in order to achieve better mutual understanding. Okay, case number 3, which is something that we have been doing quite recently. In collaboration with some social psychologists at the University of Helsinki, we've been looking at intergroup bias and emotions with neuroimaging methods, and this is a phenomenon that is a great societal challenge. So we know that different social, cognitive, and emotional perception of another who belongs to one's in-group, which is they're one of us, versus out-groups, they're one of them. So this is basically the definition of intergroup bias and intergroup emotions. And we get evaluated every day as members of different groups because, of course, we belong to many different groups. And at the worst case, this can cause inequality and widespread suffering. And there are a couple of examples showing that there's also economic impact, so people failing to make most of their economic potential has been estimated to generate losses of 4% to 6% of GDP due to racial prejudice in the US and 6 to 10% of GDP due to gender bias in the EU. So we're talking about quite massive numbers, so better understanding, better self-awareness of these effects might offset some of this, excuse me, some of this damage. And so based on social psychological studies that are based on behavior and self-reports of experimental subjects, we know that there are these effects, and stereotype content model is one of the most prevalent ones in social psychology that is predicting perception of different outgroups and in-group. And for example, now we think that this person here, we're seeing these different persons on the picture, is a Caucasian American, and is seeing another Caucasian American. Okay, that's the in-group member, and the stereotype content model would predict that he would, implicitly think of the following kind of things. I feel admiration. He's like me. I would help him. But then this is different when he is seeing African American, which is a low warmth, low competence outgroup member in the stereotype content model. And in the thought bubble, you can see predictions of the stereotype content model. In this case, I feel some contempt. He's one of them. I don't trust him. And then finally, the Asian American would be, for the Caucasian American, stereotypically a low warrant, high competence outgroup member. And then this might, according to the model, elicit reactions like, I feel some envy, they overachieve, we compete. But okay, these are based on self-reports. So there are some limitations in self-report methods, including the subjects are not fully aware of their emotional reactions and thoughts, and sometimes they are unwilling to report inappropriate emotions and thoughts. So what we have been doing is we've been asking the brain in addition to asking the experimental subjects. So we're looking at these fingerprint patterns of brain activity during encounters with such in-group and out-group individuals, and then actually we can classify quite well about chance level different emotional reactions based on what we're seeing in the brain. And so why would we estimate emotions based on multivoxel patterns? So this is actually very interesting because there's accumulating evidence of fMRI data suggesting that information is represented in fingerprint patterns of activation and deactivations during perception, emotions, and cognition. So the algorithm works very well because this is something that the brain fundamentally does. This is how the brain represents information. And so these patterns might reflect neuronal population level sparse code documented in 2-photon calcium imaging studies in animal models. Here you can see a toy example of sparse code, and it's really sparse. So it's so sparse that it might even show up at the macro level, reflecting on that we actually see sparse patterns in the fMRI when there are sparse patterns in the populations. So these sparse patterns might constitute a fundamental organizational principle via interaction across multiple levels of brain hierarchy, they would cause and give rise to perception, emotions, and cognition. So I'm really excited about this line of research. Here you can see still these sparse patterns, they do overlap between different basic emotions, especially in the middle line structures. You can see that it's really fingerprint patterns that are overlapping. So it wouldn't work so well if we would take certain brain regions and just measure the activity in those brain regions and try to predict what kind of emotional reactions the experimental subjects have been experiencing. Here you can see that this classification for basic emotions, it works for emotions elicited by movie clips, also emotional imagery, that seems to work the best. Also within subject, we can teach the classification algorithm on fingerprint patterns obtained during watching of movies and predict the emotional imagery. I think the imagery works better because when we show movies to experimental subjects, it seldom is only fear. I don't know, I mean, now this is a question to those who are movie directors. If you can find pure clips that would elicit only one emotion, I would be very interested. But typically, fear, anger, sadness, they kind of mix in, and maybe the fear is the highest, but there are all those others too. And maybe it's a more clean situation with imagery. In a subsequent study, we showed that we can also tap into the fingerprint patterns of social emotions like guilt, pride, and so on. And in just very recent study, we also showed that one can find quite many discrete emotions in the brain. So we had 50 or so, and this is just a subsample of them. And here you can see some differences between actually experienced and perceived emotions. Is also something to distinguish when watching movies. Sometimes experimental subjects are just perceiving the emotion on the screen. Sometimes they're experiencing it, and it does have a profound effect on the underlying brain activity. They seem to be overlapping but separate processes in the brain. So what we did actually is that we had 360-degree videos where protagonists of 4 different nationalities were first standing in distance, then they took eye contact, then they got closer and onto the personal space, violating the personal space of the experimental subjects. And so then we had to separate session, the emotion localizer session, where they were self-inducing the kinds of emotions that the social psychological stereotype content model would predict. And then we used simple artificial neural network classifier to find these fingerprint patterns that go with each emotion. And then with that classifier, we can read emotions during these 360-degree video encounters. So here you can see some example of data. So how there can be mixed and dynamic emotional reactions during these 360-degree video encounters. So this is a Brazilian, or labeled as Brazilian. And Brazilians constitute a low competence, high warmed outgroup in Finland in terms of stereotype content model. And okay, you can see this protagonist is at the distance, taking eye contact, and you can see a mix of different emotions here, estimated based on brain activity patterns. And then as the protagonist gets closer, there's increased discomfort, among other changes. If I go back a little bit, you can see, how the emotions change, and then violation of the personal space. For example, we see some anger, and so also surprisingly some happiness. And this is actually interesting finding that I think foreigners in Finland get forgiven. The people don't expect that they know this rule that you can't approach closer than 1.5 meters. so there's kind of, confused, a little bit angry, irritated, but, happy. And of course, these are subtle emotions. It's not like, somebody would be like in super rage or total discomfort. But these subtle emotions, they are very important also to understand, okay, because they often go unnoticed and they still shape how we react and how we develop these interpersonal relationships. And so this first study, which has been published in 2025, so there was a success, proof of principle demonstration of the method. Emotional responses changed over time with changes in interpersonal distance. I would say interpersonal distance really is the key, as I will show in a moment some follow-up data. The exposure time to the stimuli was mentioned in this initial publication because we didn't, control for that. We observed contempt and discomfort toward low competence, low warmed out group as predicted by the stereotype content model. There was also happiness and discomfort toward the ambivalent, low competent, high warm group. And positive emotions were not elicited by the in-group so much, possibly due to tendency for negative national self-concept in Finland, which seems to be, curiously enough, something that happens also in other European countries. That if you look at, say, in America, and there's middle class Caucasian American, so then it really pushes into the high warmth, high competence corner of the model. But in Europe, it tends to kind of like, okay, it's a little bit, I don't know, maybe a little bit competent and okay, a little bit warm, but not so much. so we see this difference. Okay, follow-up study, and I'm showing something that hasn't, it's just recently submitted, so this is really fresh stuff. So effects of positive and negative facial expressions. So in this previous study, the person is having a neutral expression, so it's looking like Terminator, coming at you. And so we were thinking, what if, smiling versus angry looking, and so because we had more experimental conditions this way, we limited the groups to in-group and then low competence, low warmed out group members. And so in different experimental conditions, they had angry, neutral, or happy facial expressions while making eye contact with participants. And in some videos, the protagonists approached the participants and encroached their personal space. In other videos, the protagonists stayed at distance. So we can take a look at, how does this approach versus staying there also modulates the responses. So emotional responses were, again, like in the previous study, predicted with an emotion decoder trained with data from an emotion localizer task. Here you can see some results, different emotions, and then time. So the protagonist is at distance, takes eye contact, comes and encroaches the personal space. And you can see that the in-group with neutral facial expression, some discomfort. Disgust we see a lot in this, and it might be biased. Maybe disgust is something that the algorithm, is very easy for the algorithm to pick up. It's not confused with any other emotion. So, bear in mind that you see a lot of disgust, but it's not like, they would be puking in the fMRI scanner. No, it's how to put this into perspective in terms of the analysis, we haven't figured out, but so some of the note. And then outgroup with neutral expression, and we do see more discomfort. We do see more discussed, we do see a little bit of anger, less happiness, more sadness. So it's an interesting mix how it changes. And then when the protagonists come to the personal space, you can see that there's actually a massive difference here. You know, they really don't like, our experimental subjects don't like at all, even though it's a 360-degree video, but still, you know, it's their personal space. So there's a lot of discomfort, contempt, you know, compared to the staying at distance, you know, when the in-group character with the neutral face comes in. And there's not much difference between in-group and out-group. You know, when he comes and, you know, gets on your face, you know, it doesn't matter actually. But there's a little bit more discomfort when the out-group character with the neutral expression is encroaching the personal space. Okay, so then there's this protagonist staring angrily at the subject. So how does this modulate the results? So okay, there's more negative reactions, of course, and the outgroup especially. So more disgust, more fear, more sadness is evident in these situations. And then, interestingly, when the angry person pushes into the personal space, again, there's no difference really. I mean, the in-group or out-group doesn't make any difference. Initially, yes, more negative emotions when it's an out-group character. Then happy, at distance, a little bit more negative emotions elicited for the out-group character. Then happy person encroaches the personal space, and actually there's a little bit more happiness here for the out-group. So this is my hypothesis, is that, you know, they, you know, get forgiven because they certainly don't know that we have this great personal space. Okay, and then some follow-up analysis based on these data. Instead of looking at the whole brain, we looked at certain very small structures. We looked at the amygdala, and not only the amygdala, but amygdala subnuclei. And of course, this is interesting. Can we really dissect the brain and start looking at these really small structures? The whole amygdala is like 1,700 square millimeters. So it's really pushing the limit. And amygdala is interesting because the lateral nucleus of the amygdala, according to theories, it has something to do with stimulus screening, so it's the sensory information, evaluation of sensory information. Then the basal nucleus of the amygdala has to do with top-down modulation, medial prefrontal cortex is involved, context-based modulation, so there's this feedback looping taking place, and then the central nucleus of the amygdala is setting forth these physiological responses, the parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system, freezing behavior, flight or fright responses, and so on. And what we can see here is actually that the lateral amygdala classification of these groups, the group membership, is possible at the early stages of this encounter. So it's still the protagonist is there at the distance, and the lateral amygdala, there's something in there that can tell apart whether it's in-group or out-group. Whereas then basal amygdala is predominantly quite slow, and so maybe we know that the contextual evaluation and interactions with the prefrontal cortex, they do take place, but it's a slower process, a deliberate process. I mean, you're kind of okay. I'm safe, even though he's encroaching my personal space, but still, it's okay, and so on. Okay, and then the central amygdala, maybe because of the sensory evaluation, is telling these groups apart and ready to send the information forward that would cause the physiological response. So as conclusions, by allowing us to ask the brain in addition to asking the participant, the use of media-based stimuli, such as films and audiobooks, in neuroimaging experiments offer powerful tools for social science research that has in the past largely relied on self-report data. And I don't try to belittle self-report data; it's super important. But potentially in some, for some questions at least, we can get an additional window by asking the brain. Intersubject correlation, representational similarity analysis, and this multiple voxel pattern analysis offer analytical tools to make sense out of the data sets obtained while participants are engaged in complex media-based stimuli. And the examples that I've shown demonstrate how media-based stimuli can be used to study social science questions, such as kinship, premium, mutual understanding, and intergroup bias emotions at the level of the brain. So that's all I had, and I think 40 minutes, pretty much. Thank you for listening.
Are there any questions? Yes, Aure.
Now, your data makes very obvious that there's this personal distance that turns on the alarm if it's violated. But you did this study with Finnish participants. Are there comparisons in other countries with that maybe like more closeness?
Yes. This is an excellent question. I would predict that in Brazil you would see very different results. And then there are other intercultural differences. For example, I know that in the United States, Finns love this interpersonal silence. It's so comforting to just have coffee in cafeteria and nobody says anything, for several minutes. But that's horrible for persons, grew up in a more North American culture, because it's a sign that the other person absolutely, really hates them. So it's very awkward. They have this term awkward silence. So I think that, yes, personal space, less effect than if you go to South America. I would predict that, I don't know, maybe I'm demonstrating stereotypical thinking, but this is my understanding. Because I've never been to South America, but I would predict perhaps. But then yes, you would find these other like the interpersonal silence that might be awkward. Yeah.
Just a comment while Pia gets the microphone. Your study showed that Finns feel mostly disgust and a little bit sadness, and very rarely a little bit happiness.
Yes. The disgust is very curious finding, because it's kind of all over the place, but I think it's because in this emotion localizer task, it's the clearest. They probably have image related to some, physical disgust, and then that activates the insula pretty much, and then it has to do with this like embodiment. You kind of, whatever bodily signals come in and you interpret them, and so I think there's confusion in our.
May I just,
Yes.
Sander will have a question, but before that, sorry, because he's in my team, so I can override him. So I'm the boss. So I just wanted to hear your comment about this. I have myself become very I want to somehow be detached from labels, especially emotion labels, because I feel that like if we say disgust, then I mean it must be a really complex phenomenon that doesn't just disgust doesn't actually make justice for that experience. That it should, and because it also carries a very negative load in such general language. So I'm like often thinking that how could we get rid of these emotion labels?
I think this is a very, very essential question. Yeah, indeed. I think we have these labels represent something, but they're not terribly accurate in representing. And if we would be able to have a better representation, we would understand this phenomenon much better. But now at this stage of experimentation, we have these emotional labels, and
and they are shared with the communities. Yes, Sander. Sorry.
Maybe paradigm question more. When you speak about the neural correlates, specifically you talk about different anatomical regions of the brain and in response and so on. This has been something that has been a bit of a new interest for me, and I still haven't quite figured it out. What is your take and understanding or view on the way we even do neural correlates? Because we have even people who don't do neuroscience know about, frontal lobe, gyrus, and so on. And these are anatomical labels, and they are not necessarily functional. And then there is functional networks, which is constantly being evaluated and reshuffled. Just recently, last year, there is a paper that is very confident that the limbic network or system is not anything exceptional. It is a sub-component of default mode network, and then still, default mode network is mainly known by the fact that we aren't really sure what it exactly does, but it does a lot. How do you deal with the fact of when you speak about something, when you study the behavior of people and their brains, how do you make sure, or how do you navigate this sort of uncertainty of what is even our target?
Yes. So this is also a fundamental philosophical question. I think it approaches Pia's question about those emotion labels and their validity. So certainly there's a lot to improve in that area. My own take on this is that, different brain regions have functional specialization. But I think what would be most important, and now of course, we haven't done it here, is to understand that, let's say, ventromedial prefrontal cortex, it can do many different things. And those different things can be quite different. But the connectivity patterns of ventromedial prefrontal cortex in these different experimental situations is quite different. So when let's take a more simple example. Let's take the visual cortex. When the visual cortex is getting inputs from the eyes, thalamus, and so on, then it is carrying out very much the task of making it possible for us to see the world. When there are mostly top-down connections that are driving the visual cortical activity, then this same visual cortex is actually key to mental visual imagery. And the same for ventromedial prefrontal cortex. When it's talking with, say, insula and some other region, it's actually doing it's participating in something quite different than when it's talking with, say, some other areas. And actually, what would be really interesting would be to find out what are the primary calculations that this ventromedial prefrontal cortex is doing, which makes it a viable partner for these, other brain regions. Then we would get closer to understanding how brain works. But now we have these anatomical labels. Ventromedial prefrontal cortex was involved, so maybe there's theory of mind, because it just happens to, if you have different kinds of theory of mind tasks, in about more than 90% of the studies with different kinds of theory of mind tasks, you see ventral prefrontal cortex being involved. So I mean, it's kind of, for reverse inference, it's a fairly good shot.
Just a quick comment to this, but specifically because in terms of functional networks, when people study like some general functions, then it very often cuts entirely non-systematically across anatomical regions. So I guess my question is more about what do we do with the fact that when we speak about an anatomical region, it might cover a whole area that actually does many different things, and it might be more appropriate to speak of the things that are being done, not the region that encompasses them. Or how do you approach this?
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
Hello, thank you for your talk. I found it very interesting that you talked about how the neuroscience you feel sometimes can better approach what emotions people are actually feeling, and you had this map of something like 55 subtle emotions. And I come from the perspective of first-person science. And of course, often we tend to think that we know better what a person is feeling than the neuroscience can tell us. But presumably those 55 emotions, you wouldn't be able to know what the emotions are without first-person research. I don't know, I'm not a neuroscientist. So my question is, where do you feel that the neuroscience can better inform us about what we feel, and where do you feel first-person science can better inform us about what humans feel?
Yes, I think that the interaction between these two fields will be most fruitful. So I mean, maybe if we know better, I mean, we might have good hypotheses based on behavioral studies. And then find out ways in which the brain could answer some of those hypotheses. So if this is what the person should be feeling versus this, maybe we can see some difference in the brain that can decide between the two. There's this approach called the micro-phenomenology, which is very exciting, and I'm kind of seeing that one could use that to come up with ideas of maybe maybe we could see this in the brain, and so yes, I would say that that kind of interaction would be most fruitful.
I'm going to ask you a question. It's a little provocative, and it comes from having been on juries of theses where students might be presenting something on embodied cognition, on brain function, things like that related to cinema. And I invariably have somebody on the jury who says, who the hell cares? Why does this matter? This is film. This is how people experience, all that matters is how people experience something in the theater, not how the brain is functioning. So I'm curious how you would answer that. I have my own responses to that question, but I need help. So I'm curious as to how you might answer that question.
Yes. So I would say that, my own take, as I've been sort of trying to postulate, is that we can ask the person, did you like the film? What were you feeling? What kind of emotions in this and that spot? It's 2-hour film. So if we want to ask about, let's say 25 different social emotions, and we want to ask with the rate of 1 second. So I mean, it's not easy. And then there are the questions of response bias and what people actually are able to self-report is kind of the peak of the iceberg. Maybe with microphenomenology you can kind of dig deeper and you start finding things, but if you kind of ask them, so what did you feel? And so I mean, they have something, but it's not so easy for them to describe. And now we can take a look at the brain, and we have some ideas based on brain activity that maybe this and this and this and this emotion was involved in and we can plot the time courses for those different emotions and see what was going on in the movie during different time points. So that would be my answer.
I have a question or maybe a comment about this, the study that you did with characters looking directly at the person. This is a situation that probably involves person feeling that whatever the emotion they are seeing is directed towards them. In films, we are able to see people having emotions without this being directly directed towards us. For example, a close-up of a character where the camera is very close to the eye gaze, but not the actor is not looking directly at the camera. So could it be that these, for example, the sad, disgusted Finns or Estonians who struggle with interaction and having somebody close to them saying something directly to them, films give a possibility to learn social interactions without being actively, this social interaction being actively directed towards you, but still you are very involved in a close proximity of this social interaction happening.
Yeah, like from a third person perspective, yes, certainly. Yes, and actually it would also be possible to use these tools. So, I mean, we could show full-length movies and then track these different emotional mixes and maybe better understand what in films causes what kind of emotional responses in our experimental subjects. So that would be something very interesting to do. But of course, it's so limited what we can do, because the scanner is slow to do these studies, and the scanner is expensive, and so on and so forth. So I mean, yeah, this is what we have done so far, but it's there in the plans.
And then I had one practical question for this kinship study with biological sisters versus adopted sisters. Did you also control for the possibility that kidneys are donated? The likelihood of kidney to work with a biological sister is bigger than with an adopted sister.
Yeah, no, this is probably true, but we didn't ask this. Yeah.
Maybe that could be part of the bias. People were thinking, if she's not the sister, then maybe the kidney doesn't stay.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Yes, I agree.
Okay, are there any more questions? Thank you, Iiro.
Thank you.
And next we have Larissa Kuri talking about affecting pleasure and fear, the use of verbal accounts in planting and payoff scenes in horror films.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sticking around for the last talk of the day. I hope you're not too tired. My talk today is part of an ongoing doctoral research exploration into verbal account scenes in horror and thrillers. I will briefly contextualize my talk within the larger research at the end of the presentation. When it comes to affect, horror is more naturally associated with fear, dread, suspense, disgust. The question surrounding pleasure of viewing this genre has been extensively discussed. However, my focus today is not on the pleasure of horror as a whole. Instead, I want to direct our attention to a particular narrative strategy, planting and payoff, commonly used across film genres as well as those that defy genre, and unpack examples of this strategy incorporating verbal accounts to examine how they affect aesthetic pleasure. Okay, let me test this. Okay, yes, we're good. Thank you. The term planting and payoff may be familiar to those in this room, as it is often discussed in film schools and screenwriting manuals, where perhaps the strategy is referred to by another name. It is often linked, sometimes even equated to foreshadowing or Chekhov's gun. And Todd Berliner, whose work I will be citing extensively throughout my presentation, defines planting as a preparatory narrational device that creates an expectation, however weak, misleading, or unconscious, of a future plot outcome, or the memory of which somehow warrants the outcome in retrospect. And since I mentioned screenwriting manuals, in The Tools of Screenwriting, Howard and Marbley highlights that a plant can be a line of dialogue, a character's gesture, a mannerism, a prop, a costume, or a combination of these, and that the payoff comes near the resolution when the plant acquires new meaning in light of changed circumstances. One example that my students often use when we discuss planting and payoff in our classes is the clock tower in Back to the Future, if you can recall if you've seen it. The plant comes early on when Marty McFly is approached by a townsperson to make a donation to save the clock tower, which had been struck by lightning decades earlier. And he keeps the pamphlet that is given to him. And towards the end of the film, when Marty and Doc need a powerful energy source in order to power the DeLorean to make it back to their time, Marty remembers the lightning, retrieves the pamphlet, and knows exactly when the lightning will strike. While the clock tower example includes a prop, in this case the pamphlet, there are many examples of lines of dialogue featured in plants. Tanya Gupta notes that in Shaun of the Dead, the line, "Next time I see him, he's dead," pays off when the character they speak of reappears as a zombie. But a line of dialogue is not the same as a verbal account, so let me clarify what this term entails. But before I move on to that section of the presentation, a brief note on genre, because I am talking about horror and thrillers, so I may use examples today that do not fit your definition of horror or thriller. Many of the films that I will speak of may be described as psychological horror, psychological thriller, horror/drama, sci-fi thriller, the list goes on. And it is not my intention to settle the debate on genre here today. The reasoning behind my framing of these films as horrors and thrillers lies in their overall intended effect, aligning with the aesthetic emotions we associate with this genre: fear, suspense, dread, etc. So moving on to what verbal accounts are in the context of my research. In his book, Cinematic Emotion in Horror Films and Thrillers, The Aesthetic Paradox of Pleasurable Fear, Julian Hanig uses the term verbal account to refer to scenes in which characters either narrate a past event or describe concealed visuals, as in concealed from the audience. The former is subcategorized as messenger's report, and the latter, tychoscopy. Another well-known example, perhaps, is in Jaws, when the character of Quint, played by Robert Shaw, recounts his encounter with a school of sharks when his vessel went down in World War II, and he describes the events in detail, including a harrowing characterization of a shark's eyes, lifeless eyes, black eyes like a doll's eyes. In a more recent example, Robert Eggers' Nosferatu, the character of Ellen, played by Lily Rose Depp, describes a terrifying dream in which she exchanged vows with death as her family lay dead around them. And she says, the stench of their bodies was horrible. In addition to Hanig's definition, I highlight that verbal accounts are delivered by a diegetic character and evoke mental images, in this case, horrific imagery, simulating the imagination of the viewer through these descriptions. I find that these are important to differentiate verbal accounts from other displays of verbalization in film, including extensive dialogue or voiceover narration. Looking at examples of verbal accounts across numerous horror films and thrillers, I noticed a particular pattern in scenes where verbal accounts and planting and payoff meet. I have selected 3 examples to conduct a close, albeit brief, reading that allows me to explore a central question. How does the verbal account engage with planting and payoff to affect pleasure? My first example comes from the Blair Witch Project. The interviews with townsfolk at the beginning of the film are a collection of mostly overheard messengers' reports that inform the viewer of the witch's lore. Some of these scenes introduce clues to events that will happen to the filmmaker characters later in the film, when they get lost in the woods. For example, the reference to children as victims of the witch foreshadows the sound of children laughing that they hear at night. But I want to focus on one particular moment. One of these talking heads interviews sees two men in close-ups, the two men you see on the left, narrating the story of Rustin Parr, a man accused of kidnapping and killing children under the influence of the titular witch. The interviewees make references to quotes and the man's trial testimony, including the following crucial piece of information. Quote, "What he did is he took the kids down in the basement by twos. He made one face into the corner, and then he would kill the other one. When he was done with that, he would grab the one out of the corner and kill that one too." Unquote. This description comes with Parr's justification that he would put the children in the corner because he couldn't stand their eyes on them, but it is also a plant. The payoff is the very last shot of the film, and if you've seen it and remember, you might recognize it. It's the image on the right. The camera is held by the character of Heather, who searches an abandoned building for her missing friend, chasing disorienting screams up and down the house until she reaches a basement. The frame shows her friend, the character Mike, in a medium-wide shot, standing in a corner, facing the wall. And after a few seconds, amid Heather's screams, the camera is knocked down to the ground. Heather's screaming ceases, implying her death and possibly his, and echoing what was described before. My second example comes from The Vest of Night, in which two teenagers in the 1950s USA, one of them a young switchboard operator and the other a radio DJ, investigate a strange signal they intercepted. When their investigation leads to Mabel, the character we see here, she shares a heartbreaking story that her young son had displayed an odd behavior and eventually disappeared when he was 9 years old. And she says, "That night, in the middle of the night, he walked out of the front door of this house and vanished. He was taken up from this earth. I followed his footprints out the front door, out to about 150 feet, and they stopped there in the dirt, and he wasn't there. They took my son, and no one has ever believed me." Mabel tells her story in a very emotional and intense shot that eventually leads into a close-up. And that is interspersed with shots of the character's reactions to her story, as well as a tape recorder, and that will be important in a moment. Mabel's story is a lot longer than what I've just described, what I've just cited, and more complex, and it serves to confirm the extraterrestrial nature of the events of the film. But again, it is also a plant for a payoff. At the end of the film, and this is again the last shot, when the two main characters stand up in an open field at night, observing a spaceship, Mabel's description of following her son's footprints is echoed visually. We see the field. Now the camera shows a close-up of footprints in the dirt. I hope you can see the image at the bottom slightly. I tried to make it a bit brighter. And it slowly tracks forward until the footprints abruptly stop, ending the shot on the tape recorder, dropped to the ground, covered in dirt, alluding to their abduction. Finally, in an opposite movement, in Rosemary's Baby, the verbal account is the payoff. At the end of the film, where the titular character, played by Mia Farrow, uncovers her baby and inquires the cultists around her, "What have you done to it? What have you done to its eyes?" The baby is never seen by the audience, but this tachoscopy, this description of something that is not seen by the audience, is linked to a previous plant. Around the midpoint, around 47 minutes into the film, in a disturbing ritualistic sexual assault scene, Rosemary, who has been drugged and believes to be dreaming, sees Satan's eyes in the extreme close-up that I show here. When discussing the cognitive effects of planting and payoff as they relate to aesthetic pleasure, Berliner identifies 8 effects, the ones you see on screen, but I want to direct your attention to 3 of them in particular. Number 4, interconnection, 5, fluent processing, and 8, artistic appreciation. All examples I described demonstrate a level of interconnection, not just coherence within the established diegetic mystery, but a cohesive description and depiction of the events that maintained consistency. In turn, they allow for fluent processing, that is, matching incoming information, the payoff, to the memory retrieved from the plant. When exploring prolapses in literature, Teresa Bridgerman speaks of the, quote, construction of a minimal and usually incomplete mental representation which the reader must hold in memory and be prepared to recall at a later point in the reading process, unquote. Such memory recall, she refers to, is also observed by Berliner in films. He mentions memory revisited in hindsight as essential in connecting the verbal account, description in this case, and the visual pair to help assimilate information. And I can attest to at least one of these examples employing this process deliberately. In an interview with Entertainment Weekly, in preparation for the 20th anniversary of the Blair Witch Project, the filmmakers Eduardo Sanchez and David Myrick detailed how the ending had been recontextualized by a pickup shoot. After being asked by their distributor company to reshoot the ending and not being satisfied with any of the alternatives, they instead shot an additional talking head interview. Sanchez said, quote, "We shot an interview with a guy where he explains a little bit of the mythology of the killer Rustin Parr, how he would make one kid stand in the corner while he killed the others. We felt that if we stuck it in early in the movie, there was going to be some audience members that would connect it to the ending." So that was a decision made in hindsight after having shot the ending and deciding to plant something early on to make that connection. And this leads me to the last point, last of Berliner's points, the level of artistic appreciation, the recognition of such an effort on the part of the filmmakers that leads to affected pleasure. To quote Berliner again, "Our appreciation relies on our confidence that the narration has played us fairly." Another crucial point when it comes to memory retrieval and successful planting and payoff is time. Berliner adds, "Planting and payoff discreetly tethers 2 plot events and inserts a sufficient stretch of time between them to develop a variety of aesthetic effects. Similarly, Howard and Marbley state that, in general, it is a good idea to separate plants and their payoffs with as much screen time as possible. And if a temporal gap is not possible, they prescribe to attempt to distract the audience from the plant with a major dramatic or exciting event." In both the Blair Witch Project and Rosemary's Baby, as I mentioned, the plant scenes are separated from the payoff by more than 1 hour of screen time. And in both those cases, the payoff was the last shot. In The Vest of Night, not Rosemary's Baby, not the last shot. In The Vest of Night, it is the last shot, but that one employs a shorter gap, where the plant happens around the 1 hour mark and the payoff, which is the last shot, happens only 25 minutes later. Yet time is not the only strategy that these pairs employ. So I want to return to my central question beyond what Berliner proposes. How does the verbal account engage with planting and payoff to affect pleasure? And I would like to highlight 3 strategies. One, which I have already mentioned, sufficient time between the planting and payoff. Second, an immediate justification for the plant. And what I mean by that is that all plant scenes that I've mentioned have their placement in the film justified by lore building, revealing the mystery, or setting up the atmosphere. In other words, they do not warrant hypothesis formation that may hint at a future payoff. And perhaps that's one of the reasons why they work, at least to some audience members. And finally, a clear interconnection to facilitate memory retrieval. the fact that the payoff literally mirrors the description or vice versa, making memory retrieval easier. In some ways, the strategies employed by the verbal accounts in planting and payoff fall into Berliner's listed effects. In others, they slightly depart from them. As a whole, it is evident that the relation between the plant and payoff is no mere causational affair. It is a symbiosis, a coordinated effort to elicit an aesthetic effect through display of narrative cohesion. As I promised, a very, very quick note on context. My interest in verbal accounts is manifold, and addressing the functions is just one part of what I'm doing and is not limited to planting and payoff or narrative cohesion. There are many reasons for verbal accounts to be placed in horror films, including a desire for ambiguity, also political or legal reasons, censorship and self-censorship, as well as budgetary and time constraints. And my goal overall is to chart verbal accounts in horror in terms of form, function, and affect, including an exploration of their formal categorization and audiences' affective responses through practical experiments. Verbal accounts are promising, often underused narrative strategy, which, as I hope I have demonstrated today, may evoke pleasure and aesthetic appreciation far beyond the usual chills and screams associated with the genre. Thank you.
Thank you, Larissa. Always very punctual and very clear. I love your presentations.
Thank you. I had no clue if I was being punctual. Sorry, but yeah, okay, that's good to hear.
You were even more punctual. You see, you still have some time.
Okay.
So you want to add anything on top of this, or we go to the questions?
No, we can go straight to the questions.
Any questions for Larissa? Any horror filmmakers here? I think we don't have any horror filmmakers here.
I usually preface my presentations by saying that I will not be showing anything too disgusting, but yeah, I didn't think we would have this problem today anyway.
Not to make people too shocked about the content. But even for me, it is interesting that even when listening of you presenting the content of these horror films, so that already gives me a fearful reaction. I can feel actually that if I would be seeing that film, I mean, I've seen the Blair Witch film, for example, and it was really scary. So I can already, but just watching the images, I can already feel the scare that I felt when I was watching the film itself. So in terms of verbal accounts, so what I understand is that verbal accounts are like separate the moments of that verbal accounts, as it is, which always require then later on a visual or audiovisual confirmation or kind of support to actually get that revelation or that payoff? Or are there moments also where the payoff is also verbal?
Those are two, I have two slightly different answers there. It's two different questions. They do not require a visual payoff or a visual plan for that matter, in the case of Rosemary's Baby. Most of the time, out of all the examples of verbal accounts that I was able to gather across, let's say, 15 films, maybe 20-something examples so far, most of them are not planting and payoff pairs. Most of them are standalone scenes. Sometimes some films have more than one verbal account within them, but these are 3 of perhaps 6 examples or so that I could find where there is a visual connection later on or before, these ones being clearly a visual mirror of the verbal account. So that is not the norm. Most of the time, the verbal account stands on its own. And Oh, sorry, I forgot what your second question was.
Well, basically that if there are payoffs that are actually returned
Both
in verbal. Both
yeah.
verbal.
Not that I could find, or not that I would classify them as payoffs, right? They might be tethered because contextually they're talking about the same thing, the same kind of threat. They're adding information, they're adding to the lore, they're adding to what's been discovered.
Or simply repetition of emphasizing repetition.
Yes, either a repetition or an addition to something, but not what you would normally consider as a payoff to a plant.
Yes. There's a question. First, David, and then Iiro.
Hi, Larissa. I have two questions for you. They're related. So one is, of course, this would be fascinating to sort of map neurologically the difference between the response of actually seeing the film, seeing the scene, and just hearing about the scene. I guess that's really not a question. I'm hoping that you're planning on doing that at some point, even if it's postdoc or something like that, or there are some colleagues in the room who might be able to help with that. But the other question, have you taken into account at all the fact that when you are watching an oral telling of something traumatic, there's the other aspect of you're conscious of the emotional positioning of the character who's telling the story. So you're observing her trauma or his trauma and the recollection of the trauma. It's an additional layer. It's like counterpoint to actually what the scene itself would be if we only saw the scene, right? Mm-hmm. Even if we saw the scene and it had voiceover on it, it would be different, right? So I'm curious if you've taken that into account or if any of the theorists have taken that into account, because it's this other counterpoint layer which I think is really important to the emotional reception of the viewer.
Thank you. I have taken it into account, but I haven't explored it fully yet, and I would like to. Because, again, looking at the pool of verbal accounts that I was able to gather, there is great variety. There are accounts told by the person who experienced the horror and accounts told by people who overheard it. So the Blair Witch Project example, for instance, that's a third-person account. They weren't there to witness that. But then there are examples where the person is revisiting a very traumatic memory. There's a good one in the first episode of The Haunting of Hill House, where the person is very emotional in revisiting that emotion. And that is one that actually has a bit of a payoff that is a no payoff. There is an expectation in a subsequent scene where you think there might be a payoff that will show something visually that you described, and it doesn't happen. So they play around with the planting and no payoff category. But I would like to explore that further. What I've done so far in terms of categorization, of a more formal exploration, was to take into account who is on screen, whether it is a person telling the story or a person listening to the story, but who that person is, whether that's the person who first witnessed it or overheard it from someone, has not been fully explored yet in, let's say, in a more formal way in a paper. So yes, I would like to add that. And I would very much like to explore what I'm proposing here today, which is the beginning of the functions aspect of it, in a neurocinematic way. So yes, whatever methods are available.
Also sound design as a variable?
Yes, and that is a very tricky one because there are a few examples where the sound design echoes what or represents part of what the narrative is. Those are quite rare. I think I've only found 1 or 2 of those examples so far. But it's a big factor, of course, if they're retelling. I think one of them was in Candyman. I think when the story is told, if I'm not mistaken, that's the one that has some effects, some screams, things that allude to the story that is being told. And that's an even more complicated one because it cuts to and from the person speaking. So these categorizations are not very rigid, which for me just makes it more interesting to research, but it's also a problem when it comes to putting the data together or preparing the materials actually in order to collect the data.
And Iiro?
Yes, so I'm not a film professional, so this might be very naive questions, but I remember kind of there's an introductory period in the film, maybe the first 20 minutes, and then people are not really so moved if something horrible happens. So I suppose that the plan should come after that. That's one question. Then the other is, can you put multiple different plans and rewards? Or is it plant and reward? Payoff,
but,
yes.
Yeah.
So plans and rewards, so that you have, like multiple different ones of them. Or is it typically like one? And then the third one, sorry for asking so many in a row, you mentioned the Jaws, where there's this recollection of the USS Indianapolis and the shark attack and so on. And so are there multiple payoffs then later in the film, because the shark is having this kind of, dead eyes all over the place in the end. So yeah.
I think, I don't know if I would consider the Jaws example part of the planting and payoff scheme. Perhaps, yes, you do have a description that later is echoed in certain shots where we do see the eyes, and we get that. I added it just as an example of verbal account, but not thinking in terms of planting and payoff, but I think that leads to an interesting question. How do we define planting and payoff in this sense? Is the tiniest description, if echoed visually, already establishing this kind of relationship? Because in Rosemary's Baby, it is a very short line and a very short moment, one shot of the eyes. So you have a good point. In regards to the times, I do have them here. So for the Blair Witch Project, the plant comes around the 6-minute mark. And around the 1 hour mark for The Vast of Night. And the payoff is just less than half an hour later. And in Rosemary's Baby, it was pretty much the middle of the film. And that, I think it can be very tricky, because I've also heard, and this is coming from talking to people, this is not something that I've tried to examine, at least yet, through an experiment, but what I often hear is that if you plan something very early on, people are more likely to pay attention to it, to think this idea of putting a long stretch of time in between. You kind of have to be careful with how much time you're putting in between, because it seems that we retain more information that is planted early on. So how early? Yes, is it the first 20 minutes or so? With the Blair Witch Project example, it was 6 minutes. It leads to another question. How many people actually remember that when they see the ending, right? The intention of the filmmakers was that at least some people would remember. I did remember when I watched it. I don't think everyone did, so that would be another study in its own. But I've often heard that if you actually want to hide a plant for a payoff at the end, you have to do it somewhere in the middle, because when you do it too early on, people tend to remember more easily. And maybe it's a narrative density issue, maybe there's just more meaningful events happening in the middle, or maybe it is just a matter of a stretch of time. So, have I answered all 3 questions?
Thank you. Here is one question coming up.
Maybe one practical one for me. So in a horror scene movie, talking less or talking more is scary?
That would be an interesting way to frame my whole research. I wouldn't put it in those terms, but I think maybe I should. I would say neither. I think it's a matter of talking just enough. It's finding that sweet spot. I had examples here, the Rosemary's Baby line, very short line, right? One of the most memorable lines in film history. Then the Vast of Night example, that is a very, very long verbal account. And it's still, because it has ups and downs, and it builds this whole narrative that is not just personal, it's around a number of things that are happening in the story. I think it's still very effective. So you can have a lot of talking, you can have a little bit of talking. I think in the end, what matters to me, the angle that I wanted this is it creating vivid imagery? That's why I think it's important to make it clear that verbal accounts are not just about extensive dialogue, they're about describing something that evokes the audience's imagination. And if you can create that image in your head, one that you would expect to see visually but you don't, then that's the key. So yeah, maybe just talking just enough.
Okay, one more question and then we move on. Thank you. Mauri, please. It's basically on...
Yes, okay. Thanks for a really nice and clear presentation. It's obvious, and you make it obvious, that planting and payoff structure narrative in a clear way. But what bugs me is that there must be many, like in a film narrative. And this makes me ask you, how do you consider overlapping plantings and payoffs interact with each other? Are they like each other's contexts, or is there a hierarchy, or how do you think, how do you consider this?
This kind of goes back to one of Yuda's questions, actually, because it's if I wanted to focus my research on planting and payoff solely, I would be in trouble with that question and in general, because defining what it is, and I mentioned before this idea of equating it to foreshadowing, Chekhov's gun, well, is there a difference? Is advertising slightly different from planting and payoff? Again, going back to Howard and Marbley. So, because I'm really interested in the verbal accounts more, and it doesn't happen so often, I don't feel the need to define or characterize planting and payoff in general, or explore all instances of it within the film. But then, of course, there might be situations where, again, going back to the Jaws example, you do have a visual reference to something that was said before. And I think the question or the answer there is, in the verbal account, was it evoking a clear mental image? So with the black eyes, like a doll's eyes, soulless eyes, I think that does do the job. I don't recall if at that point we have already seen the eyes up close in the film. I have to rewatch it to check. But just to answer it briefly, there aren't that many examples that I would have to worry about if I'm to stick with verbal accounts as the main topic of my research, but planting and payoff on its own is a very broad topic and much more complex than that.
Okay, thank you, Larissa. I think that it's time for everybody clap.
Thank you.
First clap, and then we are moving to last section, so summing up, which is Ellen and myself, and engaging, yes, and when we go there.
We have to sit on the couch.
And we go there, yes. Yes, that's the plan, planted. But Larissa, can I, maybe you take that off? But I was wondering. Full day. Maybe should we start planning shorter days? It feels always at this end of the day like we.
Every year we promise that we will have more like possibilities to discuss, and then we get so many interesting presentations that we just cram the whole day. But I think for this summing up, firstly, as always, the floor is completely open, so we want to have as open discussion as possible, and not a one-way talk here. I thought I will start from when I try to sum up today. I'll start from an anecdote. I think I have mentioned it in one of our earlier conferences also, but when I started doing, as said, I'm a filmmaker, so when I started doing research, my first kind of very stumbling steps, I was presenting on a conference. It's one of the most important organizations that study film and cognition. And in my presentation, there was also a person whose books were behind me when I was doing the presentation. So there was a bookshelf behind me in Zoom, and his books were there. So when he came to ask questions, it was online. I was very, very impressed that this person is even listening to something, because he's a very, very important theorist in the field of film. But my talk was about the intention of the filmmakers. That specific talk was about cinematography, about how cinematographers decide the lighting based on what they want to convey. And when I ended my talk, this very, very venerable person asked me, or commented, I never thought that filmmakers think about what they do, which was an absolute shock to me, because his books were behind me, and I thought he, of all the people, should know that filmmakers actually they have ideas, and the things that they put on the screen are purposeful, and they are based on knowledge. Whether this knowledge is felt and intuitive, or this knowledge is explicit, it is still everything that we see on the screen is a result of a number of choices.
Which year was this actually?
I think it was about 10 years ago, or a little less.
I think they've learned a lot since this is all our presentations at the
So what I felt really today during these presentations is that I think, if I'm not biased, I think there is really a shift into understanding that filmmaking entails a lot of knowledge within itself, whether the decisions that filmmakers make are intuitive, like, for example, intercutting metaphorical images. When filmmakers do it, they don't think about which brain waves are activated. They think about how they feel, but it's still a very conscious decision. It's not like, oops, accidentally this intercut suddenly happened here. Or when we talk about actors, or also when we talk about crewing and the very many topics that we had today, there is this idea that the filmmaker has an agency. And I feel it's appearing more and more. I'm very happy that it's central in our conference, because the idea of this conference is bring this knowledge together to really give a possibility for filmmakers to see how they are studied, and for the people who study filmmakers to see that filmmakers actually are not...
Actually think.
They actually have agency, and they're not little babies who just don't make any decisions.
But I really think that I think the attitude has changed in academic world, especially like if I think of my first experiences when I started to work at Aalto University. Where is Iiro? He's hiding somewhere. Okay, so as a filmmaker, I was invited to work with neuroscientists, and what I sensed was that in the first stage, okay, here comes the filmmaker who is the artist, like this is the, but when you started to talk about serious like scientific topics, that in the early stage, myself and other filmmakers, the artists involved, they were kind of pushed aside while the serious papers were written. But that was like 20 years ago. Or 15 years ago. But today, I think we have trained our neuroscientists to realize that we actually also think, and we actually have quite analytical approach to our craft and the way that we work with both with experimental setups that relate to filmmaking and how filmmakers and viewers experience the films themselves or doing films. So I think we have managed to train during this boom of neurocinematics, which started at 2004, 2008. approximately, that we have been able to train our neuroscientists to appreciate the contribution of filmmakers and artists.
I wanted to also maybe jump off a little bit from one of the questions about brain, whether we talk about it in terms of brain anatomy or about the functions, and about the possibilities that nowadays we have to study what brain is doing. And this reminded me of an interview with Carl Dijsselrath, who is one of the inventors of optogenetics, which is a very, very, very specific way of studying singular brain cells with activating them with light, which sounds already so far out in terms of how is this even possible. And one thing he said in one of his interviews was that there seems to be there are so many possibilities in neuroscience today to study, but there are so many neurons and there are so many ways brain can interact that this study can become an endless stumbling in a jungle that never ends. And in order for neuroscience practitioners who have all the tools to study, they really need a theory. They need a theory to guide them. So there is a big need for theoretical proposals of what to study or what to look for, because brain, as we know, there are so many brain cells that we will never be able to actually just by going like millimeter by millimeter studying brain to really come to result within 100 generations. So I have kind of feeling that the theory can arise from the practitioners, a theory about, larger theory about the way brain works. And I feel that there is a lot of potential in film and also within filmmakers, because there is so much practice within film that aims to affect people. As said earlier, most of the filmmakers are not aware, they are not using neuroscientific terms, but the practice is there, their knowledge is there. So I also believe that there is a potential for filmmakers, researchers, jointly building theories about what to study specifically.
But I have a special question for you, Ellen Lotman, cinematographer, shooting star of Estonian cinematographer. So how do you think that your analytical, like hiding behind your head, is this analytical Ellen Lotman, who actually thinks what he's doing? So how could you tell us a little examples of, in your own work, when you go out and shoot the fiction film, talk with directors, etc., but actually when you are shooting, when you are with the camera and you actually shoot, so how is that kind of that analytical Ellen and that intuitive Ellen, how do they talk to one another, or are they just one person?
I wasn't ready to be a case study, but I think the reason why I stumbled into neurosciences was exactly the reason that I was not very intuitive. There are so many cinematographers who are much more intuitive than me, who just put the camera where they feel it and it's just the right place. I was always a person who was maybe overanalyzing, so for me, starting to learn about how brain works has been a revelation that I can actually use this knowledge in transforming it into films. Mm-hmm. So, for example, Martin's video essays, I rewatch them every time I start to make a film, just to remind myself that there is a way of looking at scenes in understanding that what is happening in the scene can be conveyed through the character and camera movement. So I always need a certain reminder of it. Mm. At the moment of filming, I don't think of anything. I just try to not get the boom in the frame.
So we have here some filmmakers who have been a little bit silent. So Anu, you just finished a fantastic documentary. So how would you reflect what we are here? Anu is here in the front line. How would you reflect what you have been hearing today on your own work?
When Ellen was giving her opening speech, I understood that she coded something very important that I had put in my film, but that I didn't understand at the moment. This documentary that I made was about one Estonian artist, a painter. And in this film, she's in one scene telling that she actually started by observing her father, who was also a painter. And she was learning by observing all the time. And later, when she became an artist, she also started teaching in university. And she says that she had exactly the same problem as her father as a teacher, that she doesn't know how to explain how to do something, but she has to show. And then listening to Ellen, I suddenly completely understood that this is exactly what she was talking about.
Yeah, this leads to, for me, one of the reasons why I feel that film is very, very good in conveying meaning is that we're conditioned in a society that uses mostly words to convey meaning through words, but conveying meaning was there way, way, way before words came. So the ability to read meaning from surroundings and the ability to convey meaning has been there thousands of years before we started using words. So interestingly, for example, scientific language, it needs an ability to translate everything into words, which is I think detrimental in the ability of actually conveying a meaning. As again, using Martin's example, his video essays, when he puts these shapes into movement, you understand right away what he's trying to say. But when he puts this into 2 pages of words, then it takes a lot of reading, and you're still like, I didn't understand.
Now it will be very curious. Tomorrow we will have Villeke from my team, Villeke Ridik, to talk about. Do I see Villeke here? No. Oh no, she. But tomorrow she will talk about in her keynote. She will try actually through words, interviews, microphenomenal interview of cinematographers to dive into their exactly these embodied, intuitive experience, embodied experiences that are difficult to put into the words. But because scientific and academic community, we need words to share stuff, so we cannot really escape words in that sense. There has been a lot of words today here, and of course a good thing also a lot of images. It will be really curious to see and hear her present, how with words and deep interview what we can get out of cinematographers' embodied experiences when they are shooting films. So tomorrow we get a chance to give some credit for the words. Also in terms of digging out the embodied and intuitive, spontaneous ways of making films. Any other questions we have here
or comments
or criticism for us? Maybe we are too much on the taking too much screen time. Other comments? Yes, here we have a comment. Thank you, Larissa. Actually, I was thinking that we should do also a kind of a game where all the audience should actually
throw
the microphone around to get a little bit of movement.
I have some kind of hypothetical question, but still just to understand the limits. So let's imagine we have a filmmaker, you produced a film, and now we have the world's best neuroscientist who knows has all the knowledge. He knows how to make this more interesting, better. So you ask this neuroscientist to edit your film movie. what would be your expectation? Is the film becomes much better or not? Or how this
Ask again. I missed.
Again, you have a film. You're a filmmaker,
Yes.
and you have a friend, neuroscientist, very good one, and you ask him to edit your film.
Edit.
Oh, edit.
Edit to make some improvements. So, what would be your expectation? Is the film can be much better or not really?
I think it's a very good question because that's something that I wanted to mention tomorrow in my talk, but I'm going to do it already now. A very important disclaimer for me is that when neuroscientists study films and they say, let's say, in films things are done like this or like that, that does not mean that it makes films better. Because very often in any kind of art, the moment you establish a rule, the good next art will break that rule. So rule breaking is part of artistic language since forever. So if we say tomorrow when I talk about event segmentation, I might say that very many films use event segmentation, but at the same time, there are films that completely break this rule and people love those films because exactly that the films were breaking some kind of expectations of how
or
they
conventions
should
of
be, or
editing.
conventions.
So are you suggesting between the lines that actually neuroscientists could make actually really good films because they would not be aware of the film editing conventions? So maybe they, Iiro, maybe you could surprise us. Actually, I know Iiro did some took some film courses when you were at the high school. I remember you mentioning that.
But I do believe that, and maybe one of the things that we're trying to convey with this conference every year is not so much that study into how human brains, while they make films, will make films better, but rather films and filmmakers' brains are a way to learn more about human cognition. That we can use this to learn about it, or like in Robert's example today in the morning, we can use these skills for the good of the society in other ways also, not only in filmmaking. And one of the things, one of the notes I put down from Robert's talk was simulated patience, so I hadn't heard this term. For me, film has always been a way to learn about life. I think all kinds of art is a way of creating new meanings and learning about how life folds out and giving us guidances of how to live our lives. But for me, it was really interesting to see that there are ways of using skills that filmmakers have in other learners. For example, psychiatry students learning about exposure to patients through actors. Mm-hmm. So there are very many ways of these skills can be used in other fields also, in addition to just filmmaking.
I think it all comes like into the core of narratives, like stories, like little stories which have a beginning, a middle, and an end. So, as we know, stories that we humans share. That because then that's why we are able to, understand each other is basically because we share this world of small little narratives of everyday world, and now small little narratives everyday world connected to, also understanding how brain works. I mean, it's basically the same little narratives that we tell to us and others in order to try to understand how a film works. Film critics talks about how their film works, using similar words and similar small narratives. Scientists tell each others how what their findings mean, or how. So we come to the, unfortunately, it seems that we come back to the little narratives, so words, but I totally agree, and that's actually the kind of factual background of human communication is on a pre-verbal level of communicating with body language and onomatopoetic words.
But for
and
me
sounds.
also when I started when I did my very, very first experiment, so early, like first or second year in PhD program, I came into the field being naive and thinking that if you do science, then there are clear answers. So like in film, everything is so murky, but when you start doing like serious science, then you get the data and all the answers are so clear. So we conducted our first experiment with EMG measuring facial feedback based on actors' close-ups. And once the data came out, I was asking my psychology colleagues, so what did the data say? And then, and then my dear colleague Ander Oosberg said, well, we first have to look at the story the data is telling us. And I was like, oh no, storytelling again. I thought I'm going to get out of this. And
I want numbers and statistics.
So in a way, I think there is a lot of overlap in this. The skills that we have as filmmakers and the skills that are needed as scientists.
But that's actually opposite what I experienced when I started to work with neuroscientists in Aalto University. It was like when I mentioned that added to this draft that we had of the scientific experiment, I added words like embodied mind or holistic experience. And next thing I saw the draft, it's all red, what is this? So, but Iiro, we know today it's different. So I've trained you well, right? Anyway, so it's time to say goodbye for today. No, it's not. It's time to say goodbye for this auditorium today. But we are meeting at the Fotografiska at 8 o'clock. So I hope everybody has the address to there. You have to find your way there by yourself. But it's easy. It's one of our Tallinn's sightseeing places and one of our most important museums, one of the many of them. So I hope we will see as many as possible at 8 o'clock at the entrance of the Fotografiska Museum. And so it's a special night every Friday. They have nice music playing and you can bring wine or drinks to the museum and walk around in the museum sipping your favorite bubbling water.
And you will recognize a Finn by slight disgust on their face,
yes,
standing at the corner.
Yes, a slight...
and when you go closer, they step away.
Yes. Actually, like all Estonians do as well, so...
Thank you for today. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for our online audience also. And we'll see you tomorrow or today.
Yes, today, hopefully. Thank you for everybody. And okay, so thank you, Larissa.